Of bridging knowledge from diverse disciplines for global change. We are delighted to have every one of you here. I, Dr. Khaja, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Khaja Bandanawaz University, and anchor of the conference. Good morning all.
And I, Dr. Hina Rubin, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Khaja Bandanawaz University, and co-anchor of the conference. Welcome you all. Today's conference promises to be an incredible opportunity for learning, networking, and collaboration.
We have an exciting lineup of speakers, panel discussions, and interactive sessions planned for you. To begin with the conference, we have our first lecture talk by Ms. Preeti Mathur, author of 7 Rivers to 10,000 Lakes, Minnesota Indian Community, on the topic Journalism During Humanitarian Crisis. For this, I call Dr. Javed Akhtar, Assistant Professor, Department of Mass Communication and Journalism, Khaja Bandanawaz University, to chair the session.
And good evening also, because one guest, she has joined us from Minnesota, USA. So we are having a guest from different time zone. That's why good evening also. So you are most welcome to International Multidisciplinary Conference on Bridging Knowledge from Diverse Disciplines for Global Change. It is being organized by the Faculties of Language, Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, Law, Commerce and Education, Khaja Bandanawaz University. Before we invite our esteemed guest speaker, let me orient you to a brief background of the topic. In modern times, communication has always played a crucial role in our society, but its role becomes more important when it is supposed to cover any humanitarian crisis during conflict, protest, or any other violence. Media, as a part of communication, not only bring to us the horrific media as a part of communicator or as an integral part of communication is not only bring to us the horrific phase of any crisis, but it also try to show the humane angle of our society during any conflict or disaster. Media have shown us how people and the world community help the affected people during crisis, along with the disturbing visuals, pictures and ground reports of the devastating area. Even we have seen some journalists helping local population in the situation. And on the contrary, we have also seen one journalist in Assam pouncing over a dead body like a hunting dog. And this visual really shocked the whole world. So with these words, I'd like to introduce our esteemed speaker. Ms. Preeti Mathur is an independent consultant providing technical training documentation services to major corporations in the US. She holds master's degree in journalism and mass communication from Osmania University, Hyderabad and University of Minnesota. She is an associate fellow of the Society of Technical Communication, Besides writing technical documents and producing e-learning materials, she has authored a book titled From Seven Rivers to 10,000 Lakes, Minnesota's Indian American Community, published by the Minnesota Historical Society. Since 1979, she has been actively involved in writing and organizing cultural exhibits on India at various events and speaking about India in schools and in other organizations. She served on the Board of Literacy, Minnesota, and taught English to new learners. Ms. Preeti was one of the founding members of the School of India for Languages and Culture and was on the board of the India Association of Minnesota. She has also volunteered in mentoring students and helping in schools and nursing homes, delivering meals to senior citizens and cooking and serving foods to homeless people. So now, let us welcome Ms. Preeti Mathur, who will be online from Minnesota in a different time zone, speaking on the topic, Role of Communication in Bridging Cultures for Global Impact. So let us welcome our esteemed guest. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, namaste, adab, good morning to you all. I'm honored to be invited to participate in this conference, and I'm trying to do my best to reach out to you all and see how I can communicate. But and basically what I would like to share with you all is how communication can help bridge these gaps between cultures, between worlds. And so now I'm going to switch to my presentation. Should I just go ahead and do that? If I can share my screen. So basically I want to talk about the role of communication and bridging cultures for a global impact. From what your conference theme is, I hope I can shed some light on what I think we can do as communicators, and the personal stories I can tell from what I've done here in bridging that gap. So, communication is the beginning of understanding. This saying was on one of my displayed on one of my classrooms in Usmania University when I started in journalism. And this saying has had a really great impact on my life. Because it has permeated through all what I've done, in saying that communication is very important, and not only in my personal life, between my family, with my friends and relatives and my husband, but just in general on how I've established myself and what I've been doing. Like, communication is how I want to reach out to everybody. So I'm not exactly a working journalist or a political analyst or even an academician, right? But I want to just share how some of these personal narratives and demonstrate how communication, how I've imbibed this in my own life to bridge these gaps or whatever I'm doing to enforce this understanding. Because I've lived in these two cultures, and I kind of want to bring that out going forward. So, we all know that media and journalism is changing. So when I started in journalism school back in Osmania University, it was mostly print medium, right? We didn't even have television. We didn't even have radio. Was all India radio is what I was involved with, and Doordarshan was just coming around, but it came out as reaching out. I was involved with SITE, which was the satellite instructional television thing that I worked with, and so it was a whole different world at that time. But you know how it is right now. We have all the social media and everything else. And the way I'm seeing it is that media is no longer serving as a watchdog, which is what I learned, right? That we are a watchdog, we should be doing this and whatever. We're not driven by this big money and controlled by conglomerates, both in India as well as here in the US. And there's this whole element of sensationalism, right? That it's become a commodity. It's what whatever makes the news is what is projected, and in many cases we're seeing that mainstream media is really ignoring today's humanitarian crisis. For example, right here in the US, we had this actor Chris who went and slapped somebody or rather Chris Rock got slapped by this other guy, and that made the news more. He slapped William Smith, and that made more news than the humanitarian crisis in Malawi. That was, what was the purpose of it? But that's how it's going. The current stream is not very productive, not very divisive. It's very divisive, and information is coming very siloed. We're watching and consuming news depending on where your ideology is. So right here in the US, if you are conservative or whatever, you go into certain cable channels like Fox or whatever, and if you're progressive, you go and watch MNBC, and you just get caught at these siloed channels. And we've had issues with Trump. Actually today I just came back from election duty. We see again all this Trump stuff coming up, but it's generating a whole different aspect of fake news, a lot of toxic rhetoric, and then also we have in the US the First and Second Amendment, right, in the Constitution that says freedom of speech. Everybody has rights to everything, and I remember in journalism school where it didn't matter the personal freedom. I had an instance where a guy had kidnapped his teacher, and one of the local channels wanted to get the video from whatever he took and broadcast it. And I remember having this argument, how can you do that? And everybody said, oh, it's the freedom of speech, freedom of expression you can do. And I think, you can, your right to extend or swing your arm ends where yours begins. But, we've had these kind of issues. And of course now with social media and everything, and all this adverse effects of it, right? And I remember this article in the New York Times that showed two dogs sitting in front of the television and saying, on the internet nobody knows you at all. You can say anything you want and things can be believed. So it is all this, amidst all of this, we have to talk about how we can make things matter. How can we make communication matter? And so in that case, I think about how can we make communication bridge these divisiveness? What can we do? And I don't have an exhaustive list of what all is happening, but I'm an optimist, and I feel like there are things being done that are making some differences. Like today, for example, I just came back, as I said, from election duty, and I was talking to all these other election judges, and each one of us was talking about how they're doing what they can individually to help bring this divisiveness out, not do it. For example, we've got a very conservative journalist from New York Times, Dave Gross, and he always gave the other side point, the conservative side. But he's writing a lot about how we've lost that connection and how we can bring individuals together and how we can talk and have a meaningful dialogue instead of saying, you are this, I am that, that kind of thing. And then we also have some organizations called Weaver Angels who are also trying to bring conservatives and liberal people together and say, hey, come on, let's keep these divides apart and come to some kind of a happy medium. And right here where I live in the twin cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, just like Hyderabad and Secunderabad in India. We have a series on a public television called Untold Stories. So he's an Indian, this journalist who's reporting about untold stories. There's stories that are happening. So we just need to dig in and bring out these meaningful conversations. And so in that realm, I kind of want to bring about my own way. Like when I was talking to my friend Nisha, who's your dean, and that's what she encouraged me and wanted me to present, is how all of us, each one of us, can individually put aside these differences and say what we can do. Like, we can't be a Neta, we can't be a Mahatma, but each one of us has something in our midst that we can contribute and do. And so I just want to briefly talk. I don't want to sound too bombastic about what I'm doing, but when I left Hyderabad, I grew up in Hyderabad, and it was what we call the Ganga Jamuna culture, right? Where, all of us did things together, we kept our religious differences and all that separate, and we saw each other as an entity, as somebody together. And that's the kind of attitude I came with when I came here. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Mathurs in Hyderabad. We also immigrated from the north and assimilated with the Nizam of Hyderabad and really grew up with that Ganga Jamuna culture. And that's what my father told me when I came here. So don't go and form a little clique or a pledge and just say this is this or that is that. Assimilate, but also learn from them, also give back, make them know who you are. And that is what I have done well. And so, with that kind of background, I just want to say, we all can do something individually, because as we say, many drops make an ocean, right? So what you're seeing on the screen is the book that I wrote. I was commissioned by the Minnesota Historical Society to write this book about Indians in Minnesota. So I'm just talking in my own little world, in my own little state, what I'm doing. And to serve that as a platform, as something to talk about how each one of us can do something to contribute. Because as I said, we all can't be the Mahatmas or the, whatever big things. But in our own little ways, we can do this and kind of helped stop that divide that we are noticing a lot in this world, because we don't think of it that way and see what can we do. So as was told in my bio, I've done a lot of these kind of things. I was involved in a school, and wherever I get this opportunity, I talk about who I am, where I come from, and what we can do. And like today, for example, I'm just coming fresh. Just an hour ago, from 6 in the morning to 9, I was there being an election judge. And there were a lot of people from different languages, right? We were serving as interpreters because there's still a people. I didn't get a single call because we Indians are also well educated here. And so they really didn't need a Hindi or Urdu interpreter. And I was there as one. But how we each can do something to kind of dissipate this divisiveness that's happening. And so that's basically the message I want to be giving, that, how through active listening, empathy, conflict resolution, diplomacy, we can build these kind of things. And it doesn't have to be really big. If we can even do it on a small scale in our own little world, we can make a difference. So basically, this is what I had to talk about, and I would be very happy if we could have some kind of a dialogue, if you all can have some questions for me, and if we can engage in discussion. And I would love to know what you all are doing there, and how we can collectively, as citizens of the world, use these communication skills to debate any of these divisiveness situations that are coming around. So, do you have any questions for me? And hello.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible to all? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So I request the audience. Are you done with your talk, ma'am?
Sorry?
Have you finished your talk?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I would like to know, are you done with your talk?
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you so much for this insightful talk on the topic. Now I would like to open the question answer session for the audience. So those who want to ask the question to the speaker, you are most welcome. Ma'am, we got one question from the audience side. They have one audience.
Yeah, did anybody ask a question? I'm not sure I got it.
Ma'am, we got one question from the audience. Can you ask the question?
Sorry?
We got one question from the audience to you. Can you ask the question? To you?
You're breaking up. I didn't get it.
Okay. Ma'am, one participant from the audience wants to ask a question to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the question is, what are the legal principles that are available to strengthen the freedom of speech and expressions?
What?
What are the legal principles available for the freedom of speech and expressions?
I didn't get the first part. I'm not hearing that. Something about freedom of expression?
The question is, ma'am, what are the legal principles which govern
No, that's the part I'm not getting it. What are the
legal principles?
Legal principles?
Legal principles which govern the freedom of speech and expression, or the principles that can strengthen the freedom of speech and expression in the society.
No, in the US Constitution there's that thing, right? The freedom of expression, you can do and say whatever you want. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am, yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so it is built into the Constitution. There's that First and Second Amendment, and that is often brandished as, you know, whatever we can say, we can do. And as somebody who grew up in a country where, you know, total freedom means a lot of unrest, right? I mean, we can, like a place like India, for example, it can create riots and it can do whatever. So I have always advocated that you need to have, journalists also need to have ethics, and you need to follow an ethical code. You also have to follow what is right. But the problem is, I think, because of this freedom of expression, sometimes it's taken to an extreme. Just like guns, right? That everybody has freedom to arm themselves. And those are the kind of struggles. And again, because of what's happening with journalism and media being becoming a commodity, right? A money-making venture in a way, sensationalism and all that. Sometimes it just gets carried away, right? Like right now, even though I have such strong interest in journalism and all that, I do not want to watch television because it's all sensationalism sometimes. So I do most of my, I get all of my knowledge through reading of different outlets.
Okay, thank
I
you.
don't know if I answered your question appropriately. Do let me know you need further clarification. I'm just having a little trouble understanding the questions.
It's done, ma'am. We have one more question.
Okay.
What are the basically hurdles that interrupt the communication between different cultures? What do you think?
Say that again, please.
What are the hurdles that interrupt the communication?
What are the what? What are the what?
Hurdles, obstacles that basically interrupt the communication between different cultures, especially in the context of India.
I think a lot of it has to do, like, sometimes ignorance, right? Not knowing. Like, for example, for me, and again, it's so ironical that today, of all the days, I was at this election duty thing and I was discussing these. Because just because I don't look mainstream American, right? A lot of time they don't know that I can speak English fluently, I have all this education, I have 2 masters. So sometimes it's plain ignorance. And you know, a lot has changed from when I first came here, thanks to internet and a lot more awareness, because there's so many Indians coming to the US, right? With IT and all that. there's a lot more awareness. And so initially the obstacles was mostly ignorance. People didn't know. Because we even had instances where they didn't know that we lived in homes, we had cars, we had elevators, and we are no longer like that. We are a lot more aware, but I think initially it was that kind of thing. And America being so large, right? I think in India, even some of the villages knew more about America than sometimes I felt Americans do, because it was so huge. It was just what they knew for themselves, right? They didn't care about others. But then as things have evolved with 9/11 or Iraq War or everything else, suddenly the world came to their doorstep, not in a nice fashion, but they still became very aware. So some of that ignorance has come, but again, it takes a while for people's mind thinking to move, right? So I would say it was ignorance more than anything else, initially.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one more question from the students.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
I can't see the audience. It's gone dark suddenly. I don't think it matters, but go ahead. Oh, now I can see, yeah.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
Hello.
for your insightful session, ma'am. I'm myself Zubia, a research scholar. I have a question to you, ma'am.
Yes?
There is no transparency in the world of social media today. So what should be the role of journalists to overcome this, ma'am? Should I repeat, ma'am?
So this, what are you saying about journalism and social media scale?
As there is no transparency in media today, so should I
say, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm missing points. You're breaking up.
Okay. There is no transparency in social media today. So what should be the role of journalists to overcome this?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's a bit of a struggle, but like I was pointing out to you in the second part about there are movements happening, there's awareness that's happening, like with the humanitarian, the UN organization's newspaper, who are trying to bring out where they're focusing more on not that sensational part of journalism, which is what has happened with social media, right? Everybody thinks they can write and bring out. As I said, the New York cartoons that said anybody on internet, nobody knows on the internet that you can be a dog, right? You're a dog. And so in small ways they're happening, but I'm not sure. Being an optimist, I always think that maybe those little movements that are happening can make some changes. And so I don't know if I'm answering it. I mean, like I said, I'm not a working journalist. I'm not an academician. I'm just talking from a consumer point of view, from just like anybody else, saying, I feel like these small movements are happening, they can happen, and I don't know if they can completely change things. But like, even what has happened with print media, right? Now suddenly COVID happened, the newspaper, print media was just gone, the electronic form is coming up. And people, diehards like me, are even going online, reading it that way, and they've got these paywalls, they're trying to generate revenues that way. So there are patterns coming about, they're happening, but I don't know if there will be a solution maybe down the road. But social media is so pervading, right? What is happening with even the youngsters, what they see, what they read on Facebook and all that affects them a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one more question.
Sorry?
We have one more question. Can I ask you? We have one more question, ma'am. Can I ask you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What is your comment or what is your opinion on the humanitarian crisis during?
Opinion on what?
What is your opinion on humanitarian crisis in India and the role of journalism?
Yeah, this is the stuff, like with your dean, Nishat, who's my friend, I've been trying to talk and God, because I feel like I can't totally trust the media anymore. Like, they're not, it depends on, they're all biased. And I'm trying to follow the Indian media a bit, but it's just been very difficult to say, okay, this is what is happening. I feel like almost I have to ask people on the ground, about what's happening, because I don't feel like I can trust the media. It's become very sensationalized. So I don't know, I mean, that's where I feel a little pessimistic.
Okay, ma'am. We have one more question. Can he go ahead? Ma'am, am I audible?
Sorry, yeah, you are.
We have one more question. Can I go ahead? Ma'am, can I ask you one more question?
Yeah, go ahead, please go ahead.
There is a big challenge of misinformation.
Say that again?
There is a big challenge of misinformation, like fake news, across the globe, not in India, but the whole world is facing this challenge. So you as a communicator, how do you look at this challenge?
Yeah, see, that's the whole predicament right now, because, yeah, I am a communicator, but I'm not a working, practicing journalist, right? I'm just consuming news like all of you, and it is very difficult, I think, at this point, on how do you differentiate between what is real news and what isn't, because again, it's all being filtered, right? And my solution basically is always to take it with a little pinch of salt, because I'm saying, okay, what is the source? Who is it biased? And I don't follow Indian news as closely as I follow here. And I try to see, like, if it's coming from New York Times, whether it's coming from Washington Post, whether it's coming from MNBC or Fox News, because it's getting biased. And so, yeah, it's just that it's just not what it used to be in the past. So, I don't know if I have a very optimistic or clearer way of saying I believe in the media. And having grown up as a media person, I feel like I don't really believe in it, because it's become so partisan in a way.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your answer. We are going to have one last.
I just feel like I'm giving very nebulous, not very effective.
It doesn't matter.
Answers, but
doesn't matter.
it is
Actually,
what it is.
we want the answer that you feel, that you as a communicator, you as a writer, how you have basically seen the world as a communicator. That basically we want to know. So we have a last question. Can I ask you the last question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hello?
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. My name is Reshma. I would like to ask you a question, ma'am. As you said that every individual can contribute, means every single drop of water is going to make an ocean. And you also said that there are many untold stories. So, as a commoner, what would you like to say about the suppression of the voices? The people, when they are trying to say, when they are trying to rebel, the voices are being suppressed. So, as a commoner, what would you like to say about the suppression of the voices?
So you're saying that the voices of the commoner people are being suppressed?
Yes, ma'am.
I would say that would not be right, correct? I would say that like everybody's voices should be heard. And if you're asking me in context of India, I wouldn't have it. I have no idea what is happening there, and I know that certain voices are not being heard. And I think we have the same situation here, where certain voices are not, but they are making things happen, and it's a slow progress when you have things established the way they are. You have to. And again, as I said, have not been practicing journalism per se, and so that's what I'm saying. What I said at the end, I can't make these main changes. So what can I do in my own little world? So, for example, as I said, I've written that book. I've been talking to people, because there have been all these misconceptions about immigrants or whatever, right? Like even what I did today as an election judge. I was there giving my voice. I do things in the neighborhood. So these are small ways I can do something. So that's how I'm approaching making a difference, because not all of us can be out there being politicians and being on a platform. And so and again, so that's where freedom of expression comes in, and that's what the US Constitution says. Everybody's voices should be heard. But sometimes in that case, some abuse is also done in the name of freedom of expression. So there's always this checks and balances that happen. But I think the message that I would like to leave with you all, which is what I've been following, is that we as individuals have to do what we can in our small ways to do what we can. I mean, like journalism, or not all of us can be out there doing that. Like I certainly had to switch, right? Once I couldn't do that. So I said, what can I do in my small ways? And that's what I've been doing. And I feel, yeah, maybe they're not like major things. I've not got involved politically and all that. But in small ways, in my own community, what I'm doing for the city, for example, the city that I live in, we are now, when we go somewhere, people know who my husband and I are because of all the work we have done. So that itself, like even if it's in a public relations realm, it can help. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to bring. Like not all of us can be on this platform where we can make this major change. But if we can make these in baby steps and make a difference in our little community. So like my book, for example, now people know who we Indians are, like in my state here. And there's some dialogue going on about what we have contributed, how many of us are doing what we are doing. So those are little things that we can do. I'm not sure if I answered your question to your satisfaction, but I'm saying, what we can all as individuals do in our little ways. And then also depends on who's suppressing the voices, because some of them are bigger forces than what we can be doing, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks for giving your time to this Indian University out of your busy schedule. And we are really grateful to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I think I got the times mixed up a little bit. I just came back from this thing, so I had to just kind of quickly whip this up, and maybe at some point we could do a little bit more. And I would really love and encourage you all to send in your things, because I think, like writers, like I think I'm much more effective in thinking and writing. So I would love to respond to some of your questions. So if I didn't answer or respond or speak to what you all were expecting, I hope that we can continue this dialogue. And I'm very, very honored and very appreciative of being invited to share this podium with you, and thanks to technology, right? Like we can do that. I mean, I was there last year at your university, and I didn't get a chance to see everybody, but I saw a few of you. So it's just wonderful to see this, even a glimpse of it. And so thank you so much. And so my email is with Nishad and with Abrar Saab. So please feel free to write, and let's have a dialogue, because I think that's what I'm trying to say. We can communicate and see how we can be creating this difference and look for means to prevent this divisiveness. And I think the whole thrust of this conference is bringing in all these different disciplines. So each one of us is coming from different experiences. So let's see how we can have this dialogue. And when we have these kind of discourses, that's how we can mitigate some of these divisiveness. I feel like communication, that's what I think. Communication is so important.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would like to conclude with an underlying message by the esteemed speaker that as an individual, we have to do something. The main core and the crux of the message of the speaker is, as an individual, as a communicator, individual communicator, what we can do to bridge the society, to bring cultures together, to bring communities together. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Have a good conference. Good afternoon to you all, yes.
We have with us Professor.
Should I leave my meeting now so that you all can get back to?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you.
We have with us Professor Dayanand Akhzar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gulbarga University, Kalburgi, with us. We welcome you, sir. I request Dr. Maimuna Saratti, Assistant Professor, Department of Urdu, to present token of goodwill gesture to the session chair, Dr. Javed Akhtar.
सर
Thank you, sir, for chairing the session. For the kind attention to an interval of 30 minutes, and the inaugural session will commence from 11. Fine. Okay. So just a little correction here. We will have a break of 5 minutes, and the inaugural session will commence from 11:30 a.m. onwards. Hope you all be here on time for the inaugural ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, delegates and conference participants from around the world, good morning. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. With this quote, I, Dr. Sana Ijaz, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Khaja Bandanawaz University, honored to be the anchor of this momentous occasion. An international conference bridging knowledge from diverse disciplines for global change. We have gathered to exchange ideas, foster collaborations, and pave the way for a brighter future.
And I, Dr. Hina Mubin, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Khaja Bandanawaz University, and co-anchor of the conference. Welcome to the first ever international conference of its kind by Khaja Bandanawaz University. We are privileged to have some of the brightest minds, innovators, representing a diverse array of visionaries and experts of various disciplines on one platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to commence the inauguration ceremony. I would like to invite on stage our chief guest, Professor Dayanand Aksar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gulbarga University, Kalburgi, and I request Dr. M.A. Mujib to escort our chief guest on the dais.
I would like to invite on stage our guest of honor, Professor Ali Raza Muswi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Khaja Bandanawaz University, and I request Dr. Syed Abrar, Organizing Secretary, to escort him on the dais.
I would like to invite Professor Rukhsar Fatima, Registrar, Khaja Bandanawaz University, on the dais. I now request Dr. Neelam Mishra to escort her.
I now invite on stage our convener of the conference, Professor Nishad Arif Hossaini, Dean Faculty of Arts, Languages, Humanities, Social Sciences, Law and Education, and I request Ms. Qudsiya Paveen to escort her.
To begin with the event, we seek blessings from Almighty, and to offer a prayer in reverence and thanksgiving, I would like to call upon Dr. Abdul Samad, Assistant Professor, Department of Urdu, for invocation to be delivered.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم
الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ولله ملك السماوات والأرض والله على كل شيء قدير إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب صدق الله العظيم आसमान और ज़मीन की बादशाह अल्लाह के लिए ही है और अल्लाह हर चीज़ पर कादिर है। बेशक ज़मीन और आसमान की तख्लीक यानी ज़मीन और आसमान की बनावट यानी ज़मीन और आसमान की पैदाइश में और रात दिन के आने जाने में अक़ल रखने वालों के लिए बहुत सी निशानियाँ हैं। द चैप्टर्स of the Holy Quran are invited into 30 chapters. ये आयत सूरह आल इमरान की है, ये चैप्टर नंबर 4 से है और वर्स नंबर 189 और 19 है। इसमें अल्लाह ताला ने बताया है कि इंसान को दिन और रात के आने जाने में और दुनिया की तख्लीक में गौर व फिक्र करना चाहिए। यानी इस आयत में कॉन्टेम्पलेशन का मामला जुड़ा हुआ है। हम आज यहाँ एक सेमिनार में बैठे हैं जिसमें बहुत से मामलात पर गौर व फिक्र करेंगे, कॉन्टेम्पलेट करेंगे और बहुत से मामलात पर किसी न किसी नतीजे पर पहुँचने की कोशिश करेंगे। शुक्रिया।
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Syed Abrar, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to welcome the guest and brief us about the conference.
Vice Chancellor of Khaja Bandanawaz University, respected Registrar, respected Dean, Dean Research, invited speakers, chairpersons, delegates, faculty members, and young budding scientists and students, good morning. It's a great occasion for the Faculty of Arts, Humanities, Social Sciences, Languages, Sciences, Law, Commerce and Education to come together for organizing international conference on bridging knowledge from diverse disciplines for global change and to show better establishment and development in the part of academics. So there is a convincing and appeal decision put forward by the fraternity of faculty members and students that significant and extensive progress and expansion has been made in enhancement of education and infrastructure in our Khaja Bandanawaz University. With this great pride, I am here for a task of welcome for a great gathering in this arena. The conference, either international or national, is an occasion to remember and perpetuate all those great achievements of education in the field of specialization. It's a function which gives an opportunity to reflect our preserved knowledge taught from our professors and lecturers. Yes, to support this kind of academic enterprise, we have our chief guest with an accomplished Vice Chancellorship who took care and support inter-university academic functions, keeping their long association with growing consortium in perspective. With this happiness, I sincerely welcome Professor Diane Aksar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gulbarga University. Dear all, we know that Honorable Vice Chancellor of Khaja Bandanawaz University has made tremendous work in his academics. As a Vice Chancellor, he has worked closely with different PG departments and various colleges at distinguished levels and universities too. He firmly believes in the need for both top quality and broadly affordable access to the latest developments. He understands the challenges to be faced and sacrifices to be made. He brought that understanding and appreciation to Khaja Bandanawaz University, and I will tell you, he works every day to support all academics and developmental activities. In this regard, I warmly welcome Professor Ali Raza Musbi sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Khaja Bandanawaz University. It's a great job of the registrar to gather us in one single platform throughout the academics. She utilizes her precious time to arrange special meetings and gatherings for developmental activities. She has been involved since years for progressive development of university. With this regard, I welcome Professor Rukhsar Fatima Ma'am, Registrar, Khaja Bandanawaz University. Today, indeed, we have privilege to have the convener who is a successful leader with consistently exemplified excellence. She has successfully fulfilled the convenership with her support for all the academic activities in Khaja Bandanawaz University. She always involves herself in academic pursuit for upgrading students' career and endeavor for a best output in a field of specialization in respective departments. My special welcome goes to that dynamic lady who is known for her special image in Khaja Bandanawaz University, a woman who is known for her strong, ever-active and energetic administration, an administrator who is known for her well-versed teaching and future thinking. I kindly welcome Professor Nishat Arif Hussaini Ma'am, Dean, Faculty of Arts, Humanities, Social Sciences, Languages, Law, Commerce Education, Khaja Bandanawaz University. The conference is also an occasion to remember all those great achievements of education. It's a function which gives us opportunity to reflect whether we are preserving the knowledge taught from our teachers and research guides. Yes, to nurture this we have our respectable Dean Research, Rajshri Baladi Ma'am, and Professor Zama Muslim Ma'am in this arena. I welcome you. The distinguished gathering, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to dedicate today to all international national speakers. Without their encouragement and constant support, we simply could not flourish here. In this regard, I wholeheartedly welcome international speakers from US, Oman, Yemen, South Korea, and also the speakers across the nation. The profound personalities are known for their unique work and for the uptake of society with their great efforts. It's my privilege to welcome all the chairpersons of oral and poster session. A hand of applause for all of them, please. My special welcome to all the delegates and students from different universities and colleges, from different states, inter-department faculty members and students for sharing your precious time and being supportive to this function. I would like to welcome all the media persons for being here as special guests to this international conference and helping us to capture these moments through audio visuals. So let me brief out about the conference. The International Conference on Bridging Knowledge from Diverse Disciplines for Global Change stands in the pinnacle of academic exchange, innovation and collaboration, renowned for its commitment to excellence in education and research. Khaja Bandanawaz University provides a fitting backdrop for scholars, researchers and professionals from diverse fields to converge and share the insights, discoveries and visions for the future. Spanning across multiple disciplines including arts, humanities, social sciences, languages, science, law, commerce and education, the international conference serves as a melting pot of ideas and perspectives. It transcends geographic boundaries, attracting participants across the globe, each bringing their unique cultural and intellectual heritage. So in this conference, we have successfully received 400 plus registrations, 140 plus abstracts, and we have 4 plenary sessions. So before I leave the stage, a big hand of applause for the convener and all the organizing committee who have involved day and night to make this function very much successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. The act of watering the plant symbolizes the desire to preserve and protect the environment. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward for watering the plant.
Are felicitated has its emotional significance, and we are honored to have such distinguished individuals with us today. To begin with the felicitation program, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Khaja Bandanawaz University, Professor Ali Raza Muswi, to kindly present a memento to our chief guest, Professor Dayanand Akhzar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gulbarga University, Kalburgi.
To present a memento to Professor Rukhsar Fatima, Registrar, Khaja Bandanawaz University.
Now I request Dr. Syed Abrar, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to present a memento to the convener of the conference, Professor Nishat Arif Hussaini, Dean Faculty of Arts, Languages, Humanities, Social Sciences, Sciences, Commerce, Law and Education. Our distinguished guests for gracing us with their esteemed presence today.
Now it's time to hear from our dignitaries, for which I request Dr. Nishat Arif Hussaini, Dean, Faculty of Arts, Humanities, Social Sciences, Languages, Sciences, Commerce, Law and Education to address the gathering.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all dignitaries on stage. Professor Dayanand Akhzar, who is the Vice Chancellor of Gulbarga University, but he is known to me since a very long time. Professor Ali Raza Muswi, who is the Honorable Chancellor of the Khaja Bandanawaz University, who has in such a short time established himself as someone who cannot be parted from Khaja Bandanawaz University and its agenda of progress. Professor Rukhsar Fatima, Registrar of Khaja Bandanawaz University, who has been silently and quietly working on all fronts actually. She has also been the Deputy Controller of Examinations and has managed exams, and then now she is the Registrar as well. So I welcome her and hope that she continues to be the support that she is for the university. I would also like to address my colleagues here, the staff, to all the respected deans of the university who are present here, to the coordinators who have been appointed of various departments, of various new departments and disciplines created, to the speakers who have come in from Hyderabad, Dr. Priya Hassan and Professor Najman Hassan, and who have just arrived and are planning to stay with us for the next 2 days to hear every part of the conference. Thank you. And to all the delegates who have come in here, from Sharnabasappa University, from Gulbarga University, from other allied colleges, PG centers, who have registered and are presenting either posters or giving oral presentations. We will see that you are accommodated, and I'm thankful to you for attending here. Now, I'm really happy to tell you that when we floated this topic, it was basically a kind of a vacuum which I saw a gap, because the university has been really coming up and is making its mark. And the only gap which I felt was that a kind of an alignment between disciplines, because we are focusing on our own subjects, and we tend to be so deeply engrossed in the progress and development of that subject that we do not see the larger picture. And the whole point now is that the larger picture matters, because we are individuals, but we are also parts of a big, huge machinery which inhabits this earth. And until we all think together and are on the same page and look forward or outward, we cannot have an insular existence. And probably that is the reason that all the environmental efforts which the UN makes, which all the environmental efforts that NGOs are putting in to better ourselves are failing, because we do not cooperate, because disciplines are divided. And if this is the USP of the world, then we cannot survive as a divided, piecemeal earth. So the bridging disciplines is important, because innovations are happening when disciplines intersect. Innovations really happen when disciplines intersect, when biology intersects with technology, when various disciplines, because they all are ultimately the kernel of the whole thing is the human mind. And human knowledge stems from the same regions, from the same place that all other inventions and discoveries are made. So why can't we bridge disciplines and establish a connectivity? This morning from 10 a.m. we had Preeti Mathur connecting from Minnesota, and basically the subject was, does journalism counter or journalism in the face of humanitarian crisis? But Preeti Mathur came to the conclusion, and she was concerned about the fact that humanitarian crisis is not a wartime zone anymore. Humanitarian crises are happening in medicine. Humanitarian crises are happening when epidemics spread. And under the epidemic spread is a subaltern layer of people who cannot speak up, who are not given their rights, who are not given the proper medical aid, or where medical aid could not reach them. And with this, she also said this same thing, that she has, this conference has started a train of thought and that she is looking forward to more dialogues with KBN University because we had several students expressing concerns and asking questions to the online speaker. We look forward to various other sessions inspiring this kind of a dialogue among students, and that is the main aim of the conference. And that is why I would like students, scholars and delegates to participate in this and to not simply sit and listen, but to voice their own thoughts and opinions which they have. And the abstracts which we have received are indeed something which it shows that the scholars and the research persons who had given in the abstracts were thinking about something, indeed. And that is what is needed to stimulate discussion, to stimulate thought. At this moment, I'm very happy that we have a speaker who's delivering a keynote address he has captured the essence of this, and he's going to speak about the intersection of disciplines, about what is the way forward, what is it that we have to look forward to. I cannot express enough the gratitude, the admiration that I have, and I'm sure all those who have worked closely with the Chancellor in establishing this university have. For His Excellency, the Chancellor, Janab Sayyid Shah Khusro Hussaini, who has always thought in a multidisciplinary way. He has always talked about thought which bridges other disciplines. He has never restricted himself to his own area of research in which he has done so much and written nearly over about 60 to 70 books on it. No, but he is very interested in everything. He's interested in arts, humanities, he's interested in history, he's very interested in sciences, in sports. And that is how a complete individual is made. As it happens with the happy confluence of stars, he chose to have a Vice Chancellor, Professor Ali Raza Musfi, who is perfectly synchronized with his vision, and he also thinks along the same lines and really frets about the fact that we do not diversify and expand the frontiers of knowledge. And the work he has done has been to steadily bridge gaps and to build up on this. I look forward and hope and pray that we are successful in this venture, and the Khaja Bandanawaz University with the logo of the dancing dervish in the middle of the title Khaja Bandanawaz University. You will notice there is the figure of a dancing person there. He dances in the ecstasy of being in oneness with the Creator. I look forward and hope that we have many such inventive, fruitful, innovative, knowledge-seeking years ahead of us. Thank you.
For your valuable words. I now invite our guest of honor, Professor Ali Raza Musfi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Khaja Bandanawaz University, to captivate us with his remarkable insights on this special occasion.
Professor Dayanand Aksar, Professor Nishad the Dean, Professor Sam the Registrar, members of the faculty, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I would first like to say how happy I am to see that Professor could join us today. I have known him since we were guests in your university campus from 2009 to 2014, and from what I have known him to be not only a able administrator but also a very serious academician. I think he is the correct person to deliver today's keynote address. I would not like to stand between you and his address for a long time, but I would like to take this opportunity to put forth a couple of very perhaps half-baked thoughts as far as this conference is concerned. We are a multidisciplinary university, from medical science to engineering, technology and arts and humanities and social science and so forth and so forth. The word university also means a universe of knowledge. So all these things contribute to knowledge. The house of knowledge is built on all these things. But over the last 3 decades, especially in higher education, we have found a lot of fragmentation. We have found fields growing into specialities, super specialities, to the extent that now knowledge appears as a fragmented or a shattered glass. Every person holding a shred of that glass and trying to see if he or she can be seen in that tiny fragment of knowledge, which is not the case. The diversification of knowledge, while it sort of gives it a specific direction, but it all makes sense when all these things come together in a multi and an interdisciplinary approach. I think that as we step from the 21st to the 22nd century and so forth, humanity will soon realize that the most complex organism on this earth is the human being. And the human being cannot be studied or understood through a single lens of knowledge alone. The human being is a social animal, is a political animal, an economic animal, an organism, a psychological being. There are so many aspects to the human being itself. So when the human being itself is such a complex organism, how can knowledge be confined to specific fields? The march of science, as we have seen it, especially after the Second World War, was initially driven by technology. It was driven by the desire of a world who had lived through the horrors of 2 wars, a world which wanted to make their everyday life easier. So it was technology driven. I think, not as a historian of science, but as a general reader, from the 1940s to the 70s, we had a very immense technological revolution, at least in the other part of the world. From the 80s onwards, the concepts of health and longevity started to gain our attention. Now, the general human endeavor has been towards lifestyles, has been towards trying to marry an irresponsible lifestyle with a sort of a responsible outcome. This is a very uneasy marriage and it often breaks down. When we try to find answers as to what's breaking down around us, we try to look at specific aspects of different sciences. We think that if we only go towards gene research, or if we only go towards better and safer technologies, or if we only go towards improving our lifestyles or using technologies which improve our lifestyles. But all these are like those blind men who felt the elephant. One saw a ear, someone saw could feel only the legs, someone else could only feel the trunk. But the totality is when we step across borders, is when we step across subjects and disciplines, that we see the totality of what knowledge is. In our own small way, our university today is trying to initiate this first baby step in this direction. You will be happy to note, sir, that over the last year we have tried to strengthen ourselves in terms of at least setting robust professional practices of both the teaching learning process as well as research. research is like a mirage. I mean, the outcome of the research is a mirage. And the only way you can approach it is through the long, arduous journey of quality. Let us dedicate 2024, as far as this university is concerned, to building a very robust environment of teaching, learning, research and output, so that, as the Dean was telling to me, was saying earlier, that we realize the objective of this university of educating humanity. With these few words, I would like to end, and I feel it is not only my duty but my privilege that I would like to recall the support, because last evening I was with the Honorable Chancellor, the keenness and the interest he showed in this conference and his inability to attend because of health grounds, and the way he said that let these 2 days not be an event, let them be a process. Let them be a process which is followed up again after a few months with some more such events. And more importantly, and I request the Dean that after we finish with these 2 days, I request that we put together a book or a booklet of all the various ideas and opinions which we shared with each other today, so that this can become a stepping stone for our future endeavors in this direction. With these words, I'd like to thank the Dean and her entire team for putting today's event together. I thank the experts and our guests who have traveled from faraway places to be with us today. And I also thank Professor Khaja for saving time, for spending or for giving us time from the busy schedule and being with us today. And I'm sure you and I and all of us look forward to hearing him in the keynote address. Thank you.
Truly enriched us. Now I request Professor Rukhsar Fatima, Registrar, Khaja Bandanawaz University, to address the gathering.
A very warm good afternoon to all. It is a very vibrant place today, because yesterday also we attended a program, but after seeing so much of audience, it is really a very energetic place. And moreover, seeing so many ladies, women, girls together, it really shows that women are getting empowered and the strength of women are increasing day by day in the universities. So congratulations to all the ladies sitting over here. I am not a feminist, but it is my duty to say this point because it encourages all of us. Okay, thank you so much. On behalf of all the fraternity of Khaja Bandanawaz University, I pay homage to our founder president, Sayyid Muhammad al-Husseini sir, because of whose vision we all are here. And I kindly thank our Honorable Chancellor sir, Sayyid Husseini sahib, because of whose vision and mission the Khaja Bandanawaz University came into existence. He is such a person. I would like to state one thing. In the year 2011, we had a conference under Khaja Education Society on nanoscience and nanotechnology under Engineering College. He was so keen in observing everything. He was the driving force to create that conference, and we created that within 3 months. There were so many, around 500 participants had registered all over the globe. The outcome was very good, and seeing on the same lines that Madam could create a conference within 2 weeks, it is commendable. As Sayyid Muhammad al-Husseini said, our Pro-Chancellor sir, he needs no introduction because he is the dynamic and the driving force. He turns no stone upturned, because if we see the infrastructure, the academics, for every small committee also, he is very much keen in attending them. It shows that how much effort he is putting in to get this university on the right track and materialize it into the vision which his father wants it to come into place. And as our Honorable Vice Chancellor is here, I have no words to express myself, because for the past 2 years he has been training me and I am still a bad student for it. So I hope to improvise under his guardianship and under his mentorship. So I hope that even I can improvise. So there are 2 points which I would like to state in front of you. We have been observing that we all do research. There are 80% of the people sitting here who are doing jobs have already completed their PhDs. But we stop doing research after that. Why? The question should be there in our mind. 2 papers in international conference or journals, and that's the end of it. We stop doing research. But why did we start doing research? Was it just for a piece of paper to get a job? No, it shouldn't be like that. Either you should have a research scholar under you, if you don't have so much of time, so that that research which you started can be carried forward. Because research is not something that it should start and end. It shouldn't die. It should keep going on. Then only things can improvise. Then only the things can materialize. Research is something which is instilled in us, which has to be inculcated, which has to be practiced, which you have to teach your students. It shouldn't stop anywhere, or else no improvisations, nothing can take place. So why only we expect international people to do that? Why do we think that only people of high caliber, of people going to very good universities can do that? We have been seeing that there is such students who go to very low grade government schools also. I'm not saying it bad, but they come out, they outshine. If we see the IAS and number of IAS and IPS coming out today are mostly from UP, Bihar and all these places. Why? Why is it so? Why not from Karnataka? Because where is our competitive spirit going? Once we start, we leave the things halfway. Why are we so reluctant to carry it forward? Why don't we want it to be a legacy which can be carried forward and given from one person to the other? We don't want to share the knowledge. I'm saying we, I'm not saying you. It includes me also. So it is on the part of each and every individual sitting here that we have to start thinking critically. We have to analyze the things. We have to see why, when, where. These 3 things should always be in our mind. Secondly, the point is that collaboration, as Madam Sir has rightly stated, is very important. We have to think out of the box. As this conference reflects that 8 faculties have come together. It is really a great contribution, because having so many plenary sessions together, so many people of diverse platforms together is really a great job. But how are they getting interrelated? How is a computer science engineer or a person who is doing MSc computer science is getting interlinked with people of law or people of education? This is what is required. How is the research going to get collaborated? One of the sessions I have seen that it is on cryptography. Cryptography and physics, they can go hand in hand. There are so many things. Madam, I have already seen that she has given previously lectures on mathematics. There are so many eminent speakers we have with us today. Please utilize their capabilities, their time that they are imparting for us, the pains they have taken out from their schedule to come all the way from their places to impart their knowledge. So, on behalf of Khaja Bandanawaz University, I thank all the speakers who have spared their time for us. They have accepted our invitation. Thank you so much. And once again, I would like to congratulate Professor Nishad Arif Hussaini Madam for organizing this event and her tremendous team, because dedication, having a dedicated team is a very big asset, and she has that. Congratulations, madam. Thank you so much.
And to propel us towards greater achievements. As we draw near the conclusion of this event, I request Dr. Atiya Sultana, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to deliver vote of thanks.
Esteemed guests, faculty and participants, I, Dr. Atiya Sultana, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Coordinator of this conference, feels privileged to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of the Dean, HODs, coordinators, faculties, students of arts, humanities, social sciences, law, languages, education and commerce of Khaja Bandanawaz University on the occasion of this inaugural of the international conference. This momentous occasion has been made possible with the cumulative effort of our dignitaries, speakers and the delegates. My heartfelt thanks are for His Holiness Dr. Syed Shah Khusro Hussaini Sahib, Honorable Chancellor Khaja Bandanawaz University, for his patronage and guidance. I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Pro-Chancellor Khaja Bandanawaz University, Janab Sayyid Muhammad Ali Al-Hussaini, for his steward and support. A sincere appreciation goes to Professor Dayanand Akhsar, Vice Chancellor Gulbarga University, Kalaburgi, and the Chief Guest for gracing the conference with his presence and delivering the informative keynote address. Thank you, sir. We express our gratitude to Professor Ali Raza Musli, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Khaja Bandanawaz University, for his unwavering support, guidance, motivation for the conference. Professor Musli's commitment to academic excellence resonate in the spirit of this conference. Thank you, sir. A heartfelt thanks to the respected Director, Dr. Syed Mustafa Ali Al-Hussaini, Khaja Bandanawaz University. A heartfelt thanks are also extended to Professor Rukhsar Fatima, Registrar of Khaja Bandanawaz University, for gracing the occasion and her guidance and facilitation for the conference. Thank you, ma'am. Special thanks to Professor Nishad Arif Hussaini, Dean Faculty of Arts, Humanities, Social Sciences, Languages, Sciences, Commerce and Education, and the convener of this conference, whose dedication and efforts have played a pivotal role in the organization in this conference. Her leadership ensures that the conference achieves its goals of fostering collaboration and expanding academic horizons. We acknowledge all the dignitaries, special invitees, and faculties of various institutes from different states. I would also like to thank the resource persons and speakers of these sessions and the following one. I am grateful to all the faculties and organizers, all the individual committees, student volunteers, and all other participants for their hard work and dedication. Thank you once again, and may the conference unfold as a beacon of intellectual exchange and collaboration. Thank you.
So, keynote speaker, Professor Dayanand Akhsar, to kindly stay back on the stage and continue the session. And on the same, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly take seats in the front row of the dais for better view of the sessions.
Assigned a huge task of summarizing and concising the work of 35 years into a few minutes, and sir is asking me to be very brief. So I'll not waste much of the time and give a very brief introduction to Professor Dayanand Akhsar, who is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gulbarga University, Kalaburgi. He is the son of the soil, born in the town of Alan of this HK region. So sir holds and total teaching experience of 34 plus years and 14 years of experience as a professor. he has held several administrative positions and services, acted as the Registrar of Gulbarga University for 3 years, Chairman of the Department of Microbiology, Director, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Board, Student Welfare Officers, Coordinator. And some of the research credentials to his name, 38 plus years of research experience, research guidance, has awarded 23 PhD awards and 09 MPhil awards. Research publications in reputed national, international journals are around 85, and 3 international book chapters and presentations in around 30 international conferences. Also has a patent to his name on the process for production and extraction of water-soluble melanin by an actinobacterium. Holds several projects which ongoing is CSIR, IICU, CT, GUK, ADBT collaborative research, and some of the prestigious research awards like Fellowship of the Academy of KSTA, VGST, Government of Karnataka, International Conference Best Presentation Awards, and some of the very important MOUs signed between CSIR, IIC City Hyderabad, and MOU between University of Pardubice, Czech Republic. Some of the international linkages, that is SFIT, EPFL, Switzerland, and University of Helsinki, Finland, are some of the MOU signed by Sir. Google Scholar Index, H index is 20, Google Scholar citations are 1585, impact factor is 108.2, huge. And some of the novel microbes, Sir has one complete genus, published one new genus and 6 new species of actinobacterium. So because it's a request to be very brief, the CV goes several pages. I present before you a very dynamic person who is an academician, who is an administrator, who is a researcher. I humbly request Professor Dayanand Akhzar, sir, to take the stage and present us the keynote address on multidisciplinary research challenges and prospects. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for your kind words. And for introduction, he has already taken 3 minutes, so I will be talking to about 42 minutes. Before I start my presentation of the topic, I'm very much excited and happy to pay my tributes to Founder President of Khaja Education Society, Janab Sayyid Shah Muhammad Al Hussaini. He is the great person who has motivated me, supported me, guided me in my academic career. Of course, with long-standing association since 1980s with the Khaja Education Society through my sports activities. I shall not forget any time I visit this campus. Let me also remember and respect the valuable presence in spite of the physical absence here. His Excellency the Chancellor, Janab Dr. Sayyid Shah Hussaini, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Janab Sayyid Ali Al Hussaini, and also my mentor, I must say, Professor A.M. Patan, Secretary General, Khaja Education Society, other academic institutions. My esteemed colleague, friend, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Khaja Bandanawaz University, Professor Ali Raja Mosvi, and the Secretary of the University and the convener of this conference, Professor Nishat Madam, where I am also associated since quite a long, since 1980s, once again through the sports activities. Because of my close association with this society and its activities, normally I never miss whenever I have an invitation to this society through any of the for several other activities too. Straightway, I'll be moving on to the presentation of my topic. As you all know, The theme of the conference is bridging knowledge from diverse disciplines for global impact. Under this main theme of the conference, I have been told to address, focusing mainly on multidisciplinary research, prospects and challenges. I was worried a bit at the beginning. What is the coverage that I can conceptualize and present before the audience under this a broad theme of the conference? Then I could confine myself that let me focus knowledge and the technology that is prevailing across the globe and at the national level, and taking some illustrations in the field of particularly serving the society. So I can try to restrict myself in the field of about 5 to 6 important sectors, focusing on the point of the knowledge and technology, and then how exactly they intersect each other from the multidisciplinary point of view. So with this conceptualization, I wish to take you on to my first slide. I'm just trying to understand myself and then I will try to present before you. Under the broad theme of this conference and the focus area of my presentation from the point of the multidisciplinary research, that is from the prospects and challenges, I thought let me share with you the origin concept of this very basic theme itself, and then what will be the motto and objective of this theme of the conference and the topic of my presentations, and then slightly touching this theme and sub-themes with the academic attributes. So let's not forget that we're all academicians here. So how we can orient ourselves towards the academic attributes, and then what is a paradigm shift that is being observed over the past centuries together in the field of the knowledge and also the technology, covering prospects and challenges. So this is the approach with which I'll be talking to you for about 40 minutes. If you look into the original concept, you can see these 3 pictures over a period of centuries. That is the paradigm shift which has been seen. If you look into the heritage of the Indian knowledge system or the heritage of the Indian education system, at the early stages, we do remember a kind of practice, teaching that used to happen, probably we say as Gurukul system. Gurukul system. Please remember, I was extremely happy to say with the audience that multidisciplinary knowledge or the learning is rooted in the Indian heritage knowledge system or the Indian education system. The concept is very much there in the Indian heritage knowledge. A kind of teaching or the preaching used to be given in the early days where every individual can develop a overall personality development to lead a respectable life, irrespective of the formal educations or the programs like. So from every sections of the society used to be taught by so-called guru in a system to the youth. That's what probably used to be referred as Gurukul system. And over a period of time, the present formal education system, you can just see a classroom, not just classroom, we can say smart classroom with smart students. Remember, smart classroom is not just physical infrastructure, smart students too, which is utmost important. So that is a paradigm shift what we have seen in the Indian heritage system, from Gurukul to smart classroom, and of course how this blend of knowledge and technology would help the development of the society as a whole. the development of the nation, the development of the world. So this is a kind of approach that we are trying to illustrate ourselves in the few of the examples in the next few slides, along with the prospects and challenges that are being faced at the global level as well as at the national level. It is something like just index. These are the various fields with which I am trying to say the prospects and challenges that are happening across the globe. In the field of agriculture, I try to put it as agri-tech, then digital technology, and then energy technology, very focused issues, and then food technology, health technology, space technology. In the earlier remarks by the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ali Rajiv Muswa, who has already made it, sir, and lastly I am trying to touch on humane tech, not human tech, H-U-M-A-N-E, humane tech. Whatever the technology we have across the globe, we being the human beings, how do we look at the technology for the development of the whole kind of a system that is supposed to be in the nation or the globe? What I am trying to conclude it as humane technology or the human tech. Let me take you quickly through the agriculture technology. We have 6 technologies where I will be spending about 3 to 4 minutes on all these 6 technologies with prospects and challenges that are prevailing across the globe and the nation. If you look into the agricultural technology, you can see this photograph, Swaminathan, who is a Bharat Ratna awardee, a famous Indian agricultural scientist. He is the man who has taken the country from hunger. He is the man who has produced a lot of technologies in the field of the seed technology, and then also a lot of hybrid technology, soil fertility, ultimately which gives a lot of yield and the productivity. So this is a kind of a change, how it was possible. If you look into that, so it has been started with, let me tell you, again, multidisciplinary approach is the basic Indian heritage agricultural system. If you take, it starts with farm yard manure. It's a simple farm yard manure which is mainly responsible in making the soil very fertile and try to get the yield of the plant, productivity of the soil and the crop yield. But from this farm yard manure, a green revolution which has been taken over a period of about 30 years by Swaminathan, who has given a lot of advances technologies in the field of agriculture, and then India could become self-sustainable from the point of the food system. And then after this hybrid seed technology, a lot more revolutionary change that has happened in applications of the chemical fertilizers and the pesticides. We wanted to increase the yield of the agricultural crops, then applications of the fertilizers in terms of chemical fertilizers to protect the plants. It has become as the chemical pesticides. After the continuous usage of the chemical pesticides and the chemical fertilizers, the day has come where we have reached the stage, objectively our soil has become totally something like polluted, chemical polluted, and whatever the foods that were being consumed are also having indigenous these chemical fertilizers and pesticides. There is a check. Again, we are looking back from the point of the farm yard manure, or what is being fascinatedly being put as organic farming. You know what you mean by the organic farming. I don't want to explain you that. Organic farming, without chemical fertilizers, without chemical pesticides, how the naturally agriculture can be carried out with a better yields. That's how we can look into that, the organic farming. These are the photographs which reveal you. If you look into these two, it is exclusively the organic farming, vegetative growth. So without application of the chemical fertilizers and the pesticides. Just moving to the most advanced technology in the agriculture. You can see these two words, hydroponics and aeroponics. Country like Israel, there are several advanced countries where the land is very less, soil is not fertile, even if it is fertile, it is not convenient for the production of the food, for the sustainability. So what is happening is, latest two technologies which have been coming are the hydroponics and aeroponics. If you look into these two pictures, hydroponics, without soil, using only the water along with all the essential nutrients which are necessary for the plant, a system has been devised, a technology has been formulated in such a way that to grow and give the yield, it is enough water, through water it gets all the nutrients, plants would grow and give the yield on par with the conventional plants. That's what is being called as hydroponics, and surprisingly, you can see the aeroponics, you can see these potatoes, growth of the potatoes. Aeroponics is another recent concept where the plants, instead of deriving its nutrients from the water, it tries to get only from the atmosphere. I hope you know what exactly we mean by the mist. In the form of a closed chamber, in the form of a mist, all the nutrients required by the plants would be provided by that atmosphere. Plants would grow. Please imagine a kind of technology that is being reached in different countries where the sustainable agriculture can be taken up, the hunger can be met irrespective of the soil fertility. These hydroponics and aeroponics are the most latest technologies, and remember, ultimately it has led into the biological based plant nutrients, plant protectants. I think there are many biology students or the biology audience where we have biofertilizers, we have the biopesticides. Please look into that. Going back to the Indian heritage agricultural systems, using only either the farmyard manure or natural potential organisms which are there in the soil, you can produce them in bulk, provide them to the soil so that plants will become very fertile and will get the better crop yield and the productivity too. And please remember, if you try to understand this from the multidisciplinary, do you think that only the farmer is involved here? Engineers are involved in these technologies, chemists are involved in this particular technology, hydrobiologists are involved in this technology, atmosphere engineers are involved in this technology, the whole society is involved. What I am trying to share with you is, this discipline, water-tight compartment has gone now. No question of botany, zoology, microbiology, or political science, or BA, or BCom, or BSc. So they are all the formal education or the academic programs that are there. But ultimately, if you look into the knowledge, yes, it is multidisciplinary approach from every point of view, which is very much essential for the sustainable growth. Coming to the digital technology, though there are many issues, the most advanced issues are the technologies I will be sharing with the audience. Under the digital technology, so you can see that artificial intelligence and the machine learning. I hope each one of you are aware of this. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. First of all, digital technology itself is a very challenging one. Of course, it has got a lot of perspectives, but within that digital technology, the most recent one is artificial intelligence and the machine learning. I don't have to share with you what exactly we mean by the artificial intelligence and also the machine learning. Please try to understand the stage where we are reaching with this artificial intelligence. So the major challenge for this artificial intelligence is losing of thousands and lakhs of jobs by the youth. It's a very challenging task, and simultaneously it does have a lot of perspectives and the potential features. The day has come to realize that it may not be possible to replace this artificial intelligence at all. But please remember, using this artificial intelligence supported system, how technology can be developed for the welfare of the mankind. That should be the goal. So it is very critical to understand the perspectives and also the challenges of this artificial intelligence and the machine learning tool. Japan, small countries, which are going to a greater extent with these technologies, they have their own impact across the globe and also on the India. Everything, you name any sectors in any of the field from the point of applications, artificial intelligence is replacing. It is the machineries, it is the devices based on these software components. The human intelligence is being reflected after processing in the devices. I hope you are much better than me in understanding the technology of the artificial intelligence, but I would like to present before you its challenges and its perspectives for the welfare of the mankind that we shall not forget. So that is most important point of view. Energy tech. Another important field which is getting a lot of importance across the globe. What is energy? Let's not discuss on that concept or the definition of the energy. If you know the natural sources of energy, many of you know what is the natural sources of the energy, and then we try to come understand the conventional sources of energy, and over a period of time after the conventional sources of energy, we do understand the non-conventional sources of energy are the alternative sources of energy with these natural sources, and then the conventional sources, non-conventional sources of energy. Now the most advanced technology that is prevailing in the world, emerging in the world, is bioenergy. Energy that we get from the solar system, yes, it has got its own limitations. Energy that we get from the fossil fuels, yes, it has got its own limitations. Energy from many of the non-conventional sources, yes, they do have a lot of limitations. But ultimately, the most recent technology that is emerging is bioenergy. I hope you might have heard the CNG, compressed natural gas, how vehicles are being replaced with this usual diesel and the petrol with the CNG. Now the CNG which is being produced synthetically or chemically, now it is also being replaced using bio-CNG, compressed natural gas based on the biological process. This is the most advanced technology that is being emerging in the global sector, in the world sector. Using a lot of biological processes, compressed natural gases are being generated, are being produced, what is being referred as bio-CNG. And remember, a simple process that is involved in the production of the bio-CNG is transformation of lot of vegetarian waste, agro waste, or any of the biological waste mediated by microorganisms. Lot of agricultural waste can be transformed into the fuel, so-called biofuel, or the compressed natural gas mediated by microorganisms. So any agricultural waste or the residual waste in huge amount or the large amount. You might have seen that after the harvesting process, farmers normally burn the entire agricultural waste or after the harvesting stage. Instead of doing that, creating a lot of environmental pollutions or the soil pollutions, a technology is being developed which is most attractive, where all that after the harvest, the entire agricultural waste can be put into a different biological process which can be transformed into the compressed natural gas, where the process is being totally mediated by microorganisms. I am very happy to share with you that for about 45 days I was with SFIT, Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, which is located in Switzerland, Lausanne. That is one of the last 50 years, if you take, the topmost science and technology institution with higher ranking, which is located in Switzerland. I was the visiting professor in that particular institution, only looking at how this agricultural waste can be transformed into energy and other value-added products. That is the kind of the research which is going on elsewhere in several such institutions. What I am trying to share with you is, energy is the most emerging technology across the globe. Remember, it is not just microbiologist, it is not just a farmer who can give us the agricultural waste. lot of different disciplines are involved in the whole process of transformation of this waste into the value-added product, so-called as energy, with this particular technology. And the most important, recently, some of you might have heard, I believe, a place called Kargil, wherein the government of India has established a plant worth of about 100 crores, aiming for spending another 3,000 crores with a plant for the production of hydrogen energy. You please try to understand how the changes that are happening in the technologies. Now the hydrogen energy, which is the most attractive market across the globe, what is being called as bioenergy market. It is a simple using water and electrodes where the hydrogen energy is being produced. It is not as simple as I am putting it to you across the theoretical aspects. It requires a heavy technology in the utilization of the water, breaking it and then giving it to the hydrogen energy. Please remember, but the only thing is one should have a extremely good, efficient electrode which should not undergo degradation and decomposition. That is the challenge of the science and technology in the present scenario. What I am trying to tell you is, those who are interested, not necessarily the students of only the science and technology, anybody, those who are interested in this field, you can join your hands in understanding this technology of so-called production of the hydrogen energy from the different perspective. So these are the kinds of the perspectives that are being emerging out across the globe, simultaneously throwing several other challenges too, which need to be understood by the society. Coming to the food technology, I think I don't have to elaborate you on this food technology, but two important issues I would like to share with audience at this stage is, I hope you know what actually we mean by the milk protein. Remember, now we are getting synthetic milk protein. It is as good as natural milk protein. Synthetic milk protein, a most advanced technology of the process which is being referred as the process known as precision fermentation. Use exactly the chemical components which are relevant to the milk and then subject them for a kind of a fermentation, what is being called as precision fermentation, and the outcome of the product is milk protein, which is being called as synthetic milk protein. Absolutely, it replaces natural milk protein. Please try to understand, realize yourself, what is the kind of technology that is being emerging out in the world. Everything is being readily available in the market. There's a kind of technology, there's a kind of the processes that are being involved through knowledge, science and technology. The next important example that I would like to share with you is meat eaters and the vegetarians. We can put it as non-vegetarians and the vegetarians, but I'm very specific as far as meat eaters and the vegetarians. Yes, retaining the concept of meat eating or eating of the vegetables and the vegetable products. Now, a recent technology that has been evolved is simply the preparation of superior food products using the innate flavor profiles of mushrooms themselves instead of artificial flavors. Mushrooms are replacing entire meat products now. Entire meat products. Quality, yes, 100%. Global standards which can meet the contents of the meat, but without meat, the mushroom is replacing that. It's a natural mushroom, not the mushroom flavors. Please remember that. It's not the synthetic flavor of the mushroom. Mushrooms are going to replace the meat physically, but chemically, nutritionally, it is 100% with all the standards of the meat. Not just nutritional value, the texture with which one can enjoy the meat and meat products. Similarly, the mushroom would replace that kind of tastiness and the flavor of the meat and meat products. Remember, across the globe, this is the most emerging technology that is being attracted. Those who are interested can make venture in these technologies and you can become a great entrepreneur. Please try to remember knowledge, technology, business and then entrepreneur. So try to make use of the technologies from the point of that, if you become an entrepreneur, yes, there's a wonderful concept which is emerging out positively from the science and technology point of view. I think probably I have another last two aspects, that is health technology. I quickly take up three examples. The moment we say health, yes, I will draw your attention towards the corona. I hope the moment we say, or if we just get ourselves into the mind that what is corona, yes, we know what an havoc has been created across the globe. But please remember, my interest is vaccine that was expected to be produced to combat the corona, and everybody knows that that vaccine is COVID vaccine. What a kind of havoc that has been created in the field of pharmaceuticals across the world, across the globe, in the production of this particular vaccine called as coronavirus COVID vaccine. These are only the pictorial presentations for the change of the competitions. Look at the perspectives and look at the challenges. Not only from the point of the science and technology, from the point of the socialness, from the point of the society, from the point of the culture, from the kind of the humanity. So from every point of view, in the pharmaceuticals, a revolutionary change that has been emerged after the coronavirus is only among the vaccines, right? Another important aspect what I will share with you is cosmeceuticals. What is cosmeceutical? I think I don't have to explain. Many of you are the ladies here. The most attracted component, cosmeceuticals. Am I right, madam? But I would like to share here with you is a small bit of the research that is being carried out in our laboratory in collaboration with the CSR institutions, that is called as IICT, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, located in Hyderabad. Please remember, it is not the area, it is not the location, it is not the language, it is not the facilities. If we have a mindset, any youth, any student, any scientist can achieve any excellence. A student from our laboratory, with collaborations with IICT Hyderabad, could develop sun protectant factor, we call it as an SPF. Please remember, any of your cosmeceuticals, if you take particularly the face cosmetics, it only include an ingredient or a component which prevents from the sun radiations, particularly the ultraviolet radiations. A kind of a pigment that is being produced by a microorganism in our laboratory. Organism was isolated from our regional soils, and then a so-called a pigment, melanin. Melanin, which is an important pigment which gives the natural skin color of any human beings, right? That melanin is being produced in our laboratory by an organism. And please remember, all the existing industries across the world, they do have only synthetic melanin, a chemical melanin, melanin which is being produced by a chemical process, what is normally being called as synthetic melanin. So we could produce melanin from the microorganism, what is called as a biomelanin, wherein there is the 13th patent in the entire world. I am very proud to say that a student who has produced the melanin in our laboratory has become a 13th patent in the world. There are only 13 scientists in the globe who could produce the melanin from the microorganism. And please remember, in addition to that, this biomelanin produced from a microorganism is a water soluble. Rest all melanins, synthetic melanins, are the water insoluble. It makes a huge change in the cost-effective process of economy of the industries if we could get, if this water-soluble melanin is being used as a normal ingredient in the formation of several other sun-protectant factors. So you can just go to that particular paper which has been published in a very leading journal. You would understand the entire principles involved in the process of production, extraction, application in terms of the production of the cosmeceutical sun protection factor. And please remember, we are trying to use with the collaborations of this IICT where this can be used. I hope hair dye again, wonderful colors, right? If you go to the Western countries, the different countries, you get the different hair dyes, yellow, light yellow, dark yellow. Please remember, instead of going for the synthetic dyes, why can't we think of using this natural water-soluble melanin as a beautiful hair dye? That is the kind of the value-added industrial product which is in the process with the IACT. So you can think of using these particular natural bioactive molecules to explore them for various advanced aspects. So it is the sun protection factor, it is the hair dye, in future it may become the textile dye. The cloth what we wear can be also coated with this soluble water melanin. So lot of applications from the point of this, and it does have a lot of challenges too. We need to overcome all those things. Then another example. So I thought of sharing these two important issues which have been worked out in our laboratory or in our university. The second aspect in the health sector, that is design of antimicrobial biomolecules composite loaded electrospun dressing for diabetic skin ulcer. I will take a couple of minutes here to explain you the basic aspects and then what is this technology is. I hope you know the diabetic ulcers. The ulcers are the wounds that occurs in the diabetic cases. So easily, wounds and the ulcers will not be cured in the diabetic cases because of its own physiological system. Now, we are trying to develop a kind of a molecule from the plants and the microorganisms on its application which can cure the ulcers or the wounds in the diabetic cases at the early. In addition to that, a kind of a collaboration that was being established from our university, from the Department of Botany, and also with the University of Bradford. That's what I was referring you just at the early stage. We have a collaboration. Gulbarga University Department of Botany has got a collaboration with University of Bradford, UK. You can see these two scientists. Professor Behruz Khaja from the, please remember Behruz Khaja is basically an engineer. Later he has developed as a bioengineer. Later he has been expertised himself as a tissue engineer. Now he is working as a health engineer. You just think of how things can change with the interdisciplinary approach. A mechanical engineer passing through the various stages, now at the stage of health engineer. So he has devised an instrument or a technique, what is being called as electrospun technology. Using nanoparticles with bioactive molecules, a blend can be created. After that blend, it works like a small patch on the wounds or the ulcers. With a blend of a nanoparticle and this bioactive molecule, after preparation of something like Band-Aid, it can be applied on the ulcers and the wounds. Within 24 to 48 hours, the expected curing would be there of that particular wound and the ulcers, which are acting as best antimicrobial agents. Remember, this is a kind of collaboration which has been going on. So recently, in the January 8th and 9th, Gulbarga University has organized an international conference only on this particular theme. Remember, this is sponsored by the Government of Karnataka Higher Education Council and the British Council UK. It's not an easy task for the British Council to attack towards the Indian universities, that to public universities, that to Karnataka, that too in a remote area like a Gulbarga University. I'm very happy to say that 13 country speakers were involved in this conference for 2 days with 300 participants. A highly focused theme. Why I'm trying to share with you is, with this latest kind of science and technology, see, if we limit ourselves with a particular discipline, like a watertight compartment, we will not be achieving anything. An engineer is joining hands with a biologist, a botany and a microbiologist. It is other way, putting together, they are coming out with a product which is going to be most commercially valuable too. So like this, we have several other, think of the disciplines involved in this. Chemistry is involved, material scientist is involved, physicist is involved, biologist is involved, within biology, microbiologist is involved, botanist is involved, analyst is involved. Please remember, above all, a material scientist is involved with nanoparticles. A big data analyst is involved, analysis of the data and then the presentation of the results. Please try to understand now the disciplines are not highly disintegrated, they need to be highly integrated, then only a kind of approach and the excellence can be achieved. This is the last one, and then I'll be coming to my final slide. Space technology. Naturally, me being microbiologist, specifically a biologist in general, though I do not have any much idea, but as a Vice Chancellor, I have to understand the latest version that is there in the space technology. Right? What is the kind of the advancement that has been made? If you take, in addition to the countries like America, China, Japan, Russia, India is nowhere back. It is also achieving its excellence in the field of space technology. Particularly, you can see Gaganyana mission which has started, and then with Chandrayana mission, and then Aditya. We are going to the moon, we are going to the sun, we are going to the Mangala, we are gone everywhere. Please remember what a kind of technology that is being advanced, and behind which it is not just one particular discipline. That's what ultimately I wanted to share with you. There are many disciplines which are joined hand together and then try to achieve the excellence. And ISRO is the most privilegious, prestigious, the organizations of the country which is successfully working with thousands of scientists from the different disciplines. Of course, we have to remember the role of, who is this? I leave it to you. That's great. Now, sir, I am coming to my conclusion slide. Humane tech. Yeah, we have spoken almost about 6 to 7 different technologies. But ultimately, what for these technologies meant for? Is it not for the development of the human being? Is it not for the welfare of the mankind? Is it not for the progress of the nation, globe at large? Yes. Though we have all these various technologies, remember, technology is being used by human beings only. We are human beings. Being human is most important for every human being. It's not enough if you are just human beings. Every human being should have, being human, what is being tried to put it as humane. Humane. So until and unless human beings, without being human, they cannot attribute quality of humane. So we start with this technology. Every technology is a man-made technology. Technology being developed by the human beings. But those technologies, if they are being used by the human beings, being human, ultimately it is humane. So I would just conceptualizing myself that can we have a technology called as humane technology? Technology that is being developed by human beings, until unless it is being put and placed for the welfare of the nation as human technology, no technology has got any value, whether it's a knowledge or the technology. Look at the war that is going on in the Ukraine. Just I'm quoting as an example. Is it not a space research? Is it not such an advancement that has been appeared in several science and technologies, engineerings? After all, what for this? It has to be used for the welfare of the mankind. Any technology, until unless it is being used for the welfare of the mankind, then it is difficult. So all these technologies being developed by the human beings, they have to be looked upon or utilized as humane. Please try to understand, India is a highly diverse country. In terms of culture, in terms of religion, in terms of lifestyle, in terms of language. India is a uniqueness. It's a very unique, diverse country, unlike other countries, where normally we find mainly one region, one culture, one language. But countries like India, which has got several religions, several languages, several cultures, several lifestyles, they have to be integrated together only from the point of these three: freedom, equality, and brotherhood. Get back into the constitution of the country, which explains everywhere. We being the human beings, we have to be like humane. Then only you would be able to make use of the technology to a better extent. And you know very well that entire knowledge and technology does involve a lot of different various disciplines too. The photography just I would like to share with you. you can see these photographs which represent the different religions. Please remember, not with any other intention. I am just trying to explain the technology, and without technology's usage by human beings, being human, all technology would be of no use at all. Whether it is Bhagavad Gita, whether it is Quran, whether it is Bible, name anything, everything objective, and the motto of those messages is same: welfare of the mankind, welfare of the mankind. So that is very important: freedom, equality, and brotherhood. Can you see this photograph? I hope anybody can guess. Many such photographs which have been happened, many such activities have been happened during Corona. During Corona, every human being human, if they serve the society the way in which it was required, then that is going to be human technology. I hope I've taken almost 7 minutes more than my schedule. With this, let me thank the organizers. Special thanks to the KBN Society and KBN University and all the organizers. Special thanks to Professor Nishat Madam for compelling me to be here on this occasion. I am really enjoyed being here on this our audience. So normally, as a keynote speaker, we don't take any questions. But still, I want to learn myself quickly for 2 questions if anybody can shoot me. From any point of view. Not from your point of view, from my point of view.
I request the volunteers to please give the mic in the audience if anybody has need any clarification, any doubt, any question. Please go ahead, make use of this opportunity.
If anyone have questions?
Myself Zubia, research scholar from KBN University. My question to you is that, sir, actually there are so many consequences for the negative impact of this technology. So how will you fetch your knowledge for this, sir?
Thank you. It's a very good question itself. When you say it's a negative impact, take that negative, put it as positive. That solves everything. That solves everything. So in the last slide I put it, human being, being human. Human beings can have both negative and positive. Being human, no question of negative impact at all. Please try to understand your knowledge and technology only from the positive approach, from the development of the mankind, welfare of the mankind. With positive impact, certainly everything would be fine. Yes.
Good morning. Is there any scope, the new technology to fulfill the need of, at least for the drinking water of this region?
Thank you, Dr. Locally, nowhere we are back or behind. Please keep that in mind. We have a lot of potential young minds in Karnataka, in North Karnataka. Only the 2 examples that I have given. Several such innovations are being carried out in almost every institutions, including KBN, including Central University, Gulbarga University, and the University of Satya Sai Seva, Human Welfare Universities. What I am trying to share with you is, yes, in particular field we need to focus it. Now you raise a point from the point of the water. Hope probably somebody was speaking from the US in the early morning hours, who has given a drop of water would be able to create ocean. This is the kind of a mindset we have to. Please let me share with you my practical experience. If the summer comes, we start reserving the water to a greater extent, whether we really need or not. I would like to say one of the important issue that was quoted by my friend. A small team in UK, we were sitting for a dinner. It's a fact that has happened. We were the delegates, about 5 vice chancellors from the public universities of Karnataka, in collaborations with the British Council and the UK universities. We are sharing a dinner, and one of the scientists has raised a small question on the carry. He said, would you like to eat like animal, or would you like to eat like a human being? Please try to understand, keeping yourself in the dining table. One of the members asked, would you like to eat like an animal or would you like to eat like a human being? Obviously, naturally, we said, how can we eat like animal? And immediately we responded, being Indians, no, we'd like to eat like human beings. And that person, she was a lady, she said, no, I would like to eat like animal. Because animals would eat only to their required contents, to that limitation. It is only the human beings which eats more than the requirement, which stores more than the requirement, which reserves more than the requirement. A simple principle that we need to apply even for water. Waste like Gulbarga. Please don't waste even a drop of water. If you can save it very positively, absolutely there won't be any scope. And as a scientist, water cannot be produced. Water cannot be synthesized. Yes, we do have a lot of technologies which are emerging out for the production of synthetic water, but it has got its lot of challenges too. No question of that. Let us preserve the water to the best of our requirement positively, which solves everything. Thank you very much.
Inflation rates has skyrocketed.
I must congratulate the challenges. It keeps varying from country to country. It keeps varying from the culture to culture. It keeps varying from the one geography to another geographical regions too. Yes, organic farming, if we talk, you know the cost or the price of the vegetables or the other food products which are being sold in the name of the organic farming products. They are quite high. Now, as a commercial point of view is one aspect. Now the basic question is it possible to convert the entire agriculture system into the organic farming? My answer at this stage is no. But it is quite possible. A phase-wise manner, we are going to go back to our heritage system. Slowly, the usage of the chemical fertilizers and the chemical pesticides, what we call them as plant nutrients and plant protectors, can be reduced to a greater extent. Then over a period of time, certainly like aeroponics, like hydroponics, even without soil also, the agriculture can be undertaken. Israel is the best example which has crossed its challenge and then keeping itself as the best evidence for the globe for the production of agricultural products. Yes, it is quite possible. I was expecting a question from you, Mia.
Let all those wonderful ideas that you quoted, but one was about proteins, artificial proteins, about agriculture. There was so much of potential, and you have floated exciting questions about research in that, and on the proteins for students. I would like to request you to keep a window open so that students, I'm sure, research scholars would like to ask you or get in touch with you. Should be able to do that without individually having one on one, because we listen. So if a lifetime would be open,
Would you please repeat? I could not get your question completely.
Ideas that you have floated, Professor Mohammed, I would not like to have it end here with a conference. I would like you to let connectivity, a lifeline be open, especially for those two possibilities of opening research and entrepreneurship in milk proteins and agriculture, and this could be taken up. So instead of students contacting you individually and bothering you if you will not have the time, we think of having a window open in which they can get in touch between KBU and GUT.
This gives us not just open, a big gateway for both the universities of KBU and universities of Gulbarga. A public university and private university can join hands through collaborations and MOUs. Certainly, I am sure that you have food technology is one of the disciplines, and we have botany department, we have several. Gulbarga University is quite strong in the life science departments. I see many of the students here from the life science department. Sir, I wish to present before you, why can't we initiate a collaboration between both the universities in the areas of interest, focusing these two particular points. So this is my submission. Certainly, madam, it's a very good idea. We'll start this initiation. That's why I must congratulate this institute giving me this platform for such a great topic. Thank you very much.
Dayanand Aghzar sir, for presenting this talk and giving us insights on all the recent emerging trends and technologies from various disciplines.
Escort our keynote speaker of the dais. Of Physics, School of Sciences, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, to deliver a lecture on the topic Artificial Intelligence, Department of Information Science, PD Engineering College, Kalaburgi, to continue with the session.
Ms. Saman Falak Mass of MSc 4th semester of Department of Physics to escort Priya Shah Hassan on the dais. And Ms. Saleh and Sumaya Banu. She is Department of Physics, School of Sciences, Maulana Azad National University, Hyderabad. She is going to present a talk on artificial intelligence and the emerging real-time applications. It's a new, hot and trending topic, so I request all the students to attend the session. Dr. Priya Shah Hassan has received her postgraduate degree in physics from Moscow State University, Russia in 1996 and doctoral degree in 2006 from Department of Astronomy, Osmania University, Hyderabad, India. Later, Dr. Priya has joined as postdoctoral fellow at IUCAA, Pune. Dr. Priya has been awarded with many fellowships like Indo-Soviet Cultural Society Scholar, Fellow of Indo-French Center for the Promotion of Advanced Research, Department of Science and Technology Women Scientist Scheme, and DST project under the Women Scientist Scheme entitled Photometric Studies of Star Clusters using the 2 mass and observations. Further, Dr. Priya has invited under the International Visitor Leadership Program by the US Consulate, Hyderabad, to visit and interact with American universities and research centers for a period of 3 weeks in August 2011. Also, Dr. Priya is the active researcher and published 51 research papers in national and international high-reputed journals. Currently, she is working as Assistant Professor, Department of Physics in Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, Telangana. I request Dr. Priya ma'am to take over the mic and start her session.
Hello. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for having invited me to speak over here in this very interesting meeting where we have a total mix of people from various disciplines with the hope that interaction of people from different disciplines can lead to some good results. Yeah. And luckily for me, can you excuse me? Can you put off the slide? Yeah. Yeah, and luckily for me, since I'm talking about AI, artificial intelligence, it becomes very easy because in my talk today I'll show you how AI has touched all fields. In principle, in all fields, you do have an influence of AI. So therefore, AI is a very good area in which potential collaborations can be done with different areas. In principle, I teach in the Department of Physics and I'm a trained astronomer. I study stars, I do space physics, I do things like that. But since AI has become so very important, my recent student submitted his PhD thesis on machine learning because now even machine learning is being used a lot in astronomy. And that's how I've started working in machine learning. Earlier, it's not part of my field. So, we'll be touching upon today some real-world applications of AI and machine learning, and I'll even talk to you a little bit about what we did with it, because that's of my interest. But I hope to convince you how AI has actually affected almost all fields or all areas that we know of, right? So let's first of all start off with what is the basic definition of artificial intelligence, right? So basically artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence processes, right? So what you're basically doing is you try to emulate human intelligence, right? So what makes us intelligent, we try to emulate those features, and we train machines to do that, and based on that we have applications of AI which include expert systems, natural language processing, speech recognition, as well as machine vision, right? So the history of AI, it's not too old. It was the term was coined in 1955 by John McCarthy, and a major developer in this was Alan Turing. And basically what the concept is you make a machine do what human beings do. And what do human beings do? They learn, right? When a child is born, as a child grows up, a child is constantly trained, right? A child is constantly told, walk like this, or sit like that, or hold your cup in a certain way. So you actually train the child to do that. And then as this child grows up, he's a trained individual who knows how to walk, how to talk, how to do various things, right? And that's what we call intelligence, right? So intelligence is derived by training of some kind. And that's exactly what we want to do. So what would we say is an intelligent thing, right? Intelligence is, first of all, some generalized learning, right? Some information about things, generalized learning, sorry. The other important thing is where there's a lot of work happening now is reasoning. The capacity to reason. I can give you a lot of data, but then you have to reason with that data in some way as to what decisions do you make, right? The previous speaker spoke about the space mission. I was very happy when he spoke about Chandrayaan, for example. So if you remember when last August, when Chandrayaan landed, the biggest problem was in the landing of Chandrayaan 3. Because Chandrayaan 2, the Vikram lander, landed in a, you know that the moon is full of craters. So if the lander lies in a region where there's a crater, it's going to fall, right? Now the moon is 3 light seconds away from us, okay? So while you have the lander falling on the surface of the moon, right? The lander, if the lander takes images of the moon's surface and sends it back to the earth, right? Somebody on the earth has to look at these images and tell the lander, no, go slightly left or go slightly right, so that you avoid a crater, right? Because the lander, as it's coming down, it keeps taking images, it sends it down to the earth. Somebody looks at the images and tells the lander, no, slightly move here, slightly move there, and accordingly the lander should smartly land, right? But the problem is the moon is about 3 light seconds away. So you will take 3 seconds to send your image, 3 seconds to send back the order, and between that is the time which the human on earth is going to take to look at the image and tell the lander what to do, right? Now that is a very long time process. Think of this lander which is falling on the moon, it's falling by gravitational force, and you're going to take 6 seconds to tell the lander what to do. And this doesn't count the time which the person is going to take to look at the images to tell the lander. So we cannot afford that. We don't have those 6 minutes. So you need the lander to itself take images of the surface of the moon, where it is landing, and based on those images, make a decision as to where should it land, right? So the lander should know this is a soft area where I can land, that's a crater, that's a rock, that's something else, and according to that the lander has to make the decision. So the Chandrayaan lander, Vikram lander, was using artificial intelligence or AI so that it could make the decision, right? It's not just information, it is even decision, right? So it has to make that decision, and it was AI which finally did the job. It was there on Chandrayaan 2, but then a more specialized version of it was there on Chandrayaan 3, which worked, which helped the lander, Vikram lander, land in a correct position. If you are aware, even the Japanese sent a slim lander to the moon very recently, and again the Japanese lander, by mistake, it fell into a crater and it fell. Now falling is okay. The problem was that because it fell, its solar panels, which have to look at the sun so that they get energy, they were not facing the sun. So they had to wait for the sun to move and hopefully some light falls on the lander. So luckily it worked out, and then the lander woke up after 10 days when it actually got sunlight, right? So AI is being used in that form. So you need it to do reasoning as well as do some amount of problem solving, right? You may, I'll tell you what kind of problem solving they do, but you also want some amount of problem solving also to be done. So, and you may not be aware, but AI is actually being used in all these examples. It's not just Chandrayaan lander, right? But AI is actually being used in many of these devices. For example, I'm sure you're aware, your smartphone is genuinely quite smart, right? It knows what kind of news do you want to read. If you have been checking certain kinds of news, then you will see that your phone is kind of customized for you, right? It knows, oh, you are interested in buying a house, or you are interested in news about Russia, for example, or whatever. It's going to show you things like that. So it's customized, right? It makes use of the information that's there on your phone, your contacts, your location, right? If you go have dinner someplace, it will send you a message, how was the dinner over there, right? You went to so-and-so restaurant, what do you rate it, what is your rating, right? So it actually uses a lot of these information which it collects through the day, yeah, and you know, works in that way. Similarly, cars, we'll come to cars, specifically Tesla cars. You have, oh, and social media. Social media is full application of AI, right? It's constantly used a lot. One can just have a talk only on social media, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Instagram. They are direct applications of AI, right? Means whatever you, even games, and you have search documents, right? And even, for example, security cameras. If we have security cameras around and the security camera is not smart enough to detect that something is wrong, right? If you put a security camera at a traffic signal and it doesn't detect anything, then it's useless, right? It has to be smart in some way so that it can detect if there's a problem, if there's an accident, if there's a fire, if there's something happening. The security camera also does have AI in it. But we often talk about these different terms. One is artificial intelligence, like we spoke about, and then there's something also called machine learning, and then there's deep learning. So let's just briefly define these three things. What are they all about, right? Now, artificial intelligence is actually the oldest. It's a big thing, right? When it encompasses everything. Like I told you, 1955 was when that term was coined. So 1950s, 60s, people started talking about artificial intelligence. And then as a subset of it came machine learning, which came up in the 1980s, right, 2010s, where you basically, I'll tell you what is machine learning. And then by the 2010s, the last 10-15 years, we have the build of what is called deep learning, right? So what do these three things do? So artificial intelligence, like I tell you, is the big thing, the complete thing. Part of it is machine learning. Machine learning is the aspect which deals with predictions or doing reasoning, right? For example, like the example I told you of the Vikram lander, it has to basically make decisions. It has to predict. So you give it some amount of information and then it uses what is called machine learning techniques to make a prediction, right? That's an application of what machine learning does. And what deep learning does is even more deeper in the sense, it actually looks at data and patterns, can be better perceived. For example, you have lots of data from some surveys, right? For example, COVID data. You have a lot of COVID data of the country, of different regions, different people, etc. Right? Now in today's times when we have so much of data, we actually say data speaks, right? You don't have to say anything, data itself speaks. But what is important, if you want data to speak, you have to see patterns in your data, right? For example, you notice that in your data, there is more of, supposing if it was COVID, for example, you see there are more of COVIDs, for example, in men between 50 and 60, supposing, right? For example, or you notice it is there more in children between age group 5 and 10, right? So you have to basically see a pattern in the data. The data has to, you have to see patterns in the data on the basis of which you can make some understanding. So you realize, oh, there's a problem for, supposing men between 50 and 60. So then you say, okay, what are the other medical conditions they have, or what are the other lifestyle problems they have, which could be causing the problem, right? So you basically want your data to give you patterns and to give you information. And that's what deep learning does. That's why it's called deep learning, because you're going deeper into the thing, right? And this is basically used in all kinds of applications. For example, object detection, like I told you, the security cameras. We know that now Hyderabad, I think, is one of the most, there's maximum surveillance of the country in Hyderabad, right? Similarly, most of our cities, if you are traveling in public transport, you will see that obviously there are lots of cameras, there's lots of surveillance. And this is what you see in this place. You have a street over here, and if you have all these cameras, various devices, you can ensure that people are safe over here. You could also do what is called natural language processing, expert systems, robotics. We'll talk about it in a minute. So let's go on to what are the types of AI. The simplest type of AI is what we call weak AI. Weak AI is, for example, Alexa, if you have Alexa, or you're using Siri on a phone, or these, speech assistants, right? These can only do speech assistants. Or for example, if you have a machine that can play a certain game, right? Supposing this machine is trained to play this game very well, okay? But this machine cannot play chess, okay? It can only play this game. It cannot play this game. So this is called what is called a weak AI machine, which can do only one task. It can do one task. It cannot do much more. It just can do one task. That's called a weak AI machine. Okay. So, for example, if you have Alexa, also a perfect example of a weak AI machine. It can only do certain tasks. That means you make a machine which will do certain tasks, and that's it. It cannot do anything else. Okay. It cannot do that. It will just do worse. Like in this case, you ask Alexa to play a certain song, he can play it. But if you ask what's the status of traffic, Alexa doesn't do that. So it's not going to answer that question. And there's another higher form which is more interesting, which is what is called strong AI. In strong AI, the machine has to have the ability to perform a slightly intellectual task also, right? To kind of think. For example, if you're playing chess, it can actually think and play it with you, or various things. For example, this is an interesting application of strong AI. It's not so popular in India, but in the West, doctors often use this software. It's called Watson. And this Watson, what it basically does is that the doctor has a patient who comes and says, I have certain symptoms, right? And I have my test results or something. Then the machine itself can diagnose the problem that the patient has, right? So this is a diagnosis machine, and a lot of healthcare organizations actually use this, right? Because typically, even for a country like India, right, where the population is so large, so the number of patients is obviously much, much larger than the number of doctors, right? So if you have an AI machine like this, where the patient puts in his symptoms, right? And the machine can say whether this patient urgently needs a doctor or no, right? Sometimes you go to the doctor, they say, oh, get hospitalized now itself, right? You're really serious. But the doctor may actually tell you, oh, just go home and rest for 2-3 days, you'll be fine, right? So if you have a machine which can do that, it can, especially for example in a country like ours, right? It can really help. But somebody was asking in the audience about the pros and cons, right? All of you all know these pros and cons of medical problems on the internet, right? There's a doctor I know who actually, it's there on his board, okay, if you've checked your symptoms on Google, right, and you still have problems, then come to me, right? Because most people overdo it. You check up your symptoms on the net, and when you go to the doctor, you already tell the doctor, you know, doctor, I think the problem is, you know, something with my intestine, that is why I'm having this problem. So it obviously, all these things depend on how it is used to its advantage, right? If you use it to then go and teach the doctor medicine, the doctor is obviously not at all going to be happy when you go to the doctor and say, doctor, I already read on Google, this problem I have, no, it means this. So obviously your doctor is not going to be happy. He'll tell you then go to Google only and ask them what medicine should you have, right? So, but something like this can be really very useful, like I said, specifically in the case when the number of patients and the number of doctors are not in proportion, right? For example, there is the social humanoid Sophia, which was built by Hanson Robotics to kind of give you company if you're feeling lonely. There's Google Maps, which all of us use, and I'm sure most people who use Google Maps realize that Google Maps is not too good. Often you should not listen to Google. And that's probably just because it has to be improved further on. Hopefully when it gets improved it will work better, but it's not reached an ultimate, you know, great state. There's also another this thing called Google's AI Doctor, where actually it can check your eye, because it has access to that, and it can actually do retina scans, right? When you're using your laptop, your camera is close enough, it can take a retina scan and can check for people who have a condition called diabetic retinopathy, right? Which is quite common even in India. Facebook, for example, social media. Like I told you, social media has loads of this. Facebook actually uses machine learning deep learning to detect your facial distincts and even tag your friends. I'm sure you've seen that in Facebook, that if you have a picture with your friends, right? Facebook prompts you as to what tags should you put to different people in the picture, right? I'm sure you've done it. If you upload a picture on Facebook, it directly checks which of those people matches with your known friends. So it will tell you, should I tag this as you, should I tag this as, you know, your friends ABC, and it actually does a good job of it. It does a good job of this. Twitter also does this, and actually, yeah, so like one of the advantageous ways, or I won't not exactly call it advantages, is that even on Facebook and Twitter, that the governments have been actually using that for security, right? So for example, on Twitter, it actually uses AI to identify hate speeches and terrestrial languages. It also happens in Facebook. In Facebook, if you're posting stuff, right, which according to Facebook is hate speeches or things like that, Facebook may actually take off your post, right? So Facebook actually uses AI to keep a check on what are you posting on it. I would not say this is absolutely a good thing, because often it detects it wrongly, right? It may wrongly detect it also. There's also Google Assistant it's coming out soon, where there was a recording over here where you actually have this Google Duplex which can actually do various jobs for you, right? On your smartphone you would have often done it, where you can actually tell your phone to wake you up or make an appointment or do things like that. And then when we got to driving cars, Tesla, if you've heard of Tesla in the car, it actually has a self-driving mechanism. And that whole self-driving mechanism is based on AI. So what you do is when you sit here, you're driving, you don't need to sit over here at the driver's seat. It's a self-driving car, and it will just take images of what's there on the road and accordingly drive itself, right? So you have cars which you put them on auto drive and the car will move on its own. So the grand plan, Elon Musk's grand plan is he'll have these taxis, right? Which actually will move around without a driver and it will do the job of dropping people, right? So that is what he wants to do. It would be called a robo-taxi, which can be this thing. So he claims that it will be ready for the streets next year. Let's see. Okay. But strong AI, obviously this is where people get worried because when you tell your machine to take decisions, right? Your machine may or may not take the right decision, right? Like I said, for example, if on social media you have posts on Facebook, on Twitter, and suddenly they decide, oh, your posts are, hate speeches, or they are terrorist kind of things, and your post can be moved away from there, and you could be tagged as somebody who's anti-national or a terrorist or something like that, and such a thing can be even misused. So the problem is when you give the machine the authority to take a decision, right, then the machine can also go wrong and you may not agree with the decision of the machine if the machine is taking the decision. So that's a little risky and that's where some of the problems lie. Obviously, the highest form would be some kind of super intelligence which can actually this thing, which is something of the future, which is in movies and things like that. Now since I work in astronomy, I'm going to talk a little bit more about machine learning, okay? Because that's one of the things. So machine learning is one of the aspects of AI in which you actually use the intelligence to actually make predictions, to actually study, you can do various things. For example, you can use machine learning to do image recognition, right? Which is constantly being done. If you have your face, which is being used by your phone to identify you, face recognition, it happens with machine learning. There could also be speech recognition, traffic prediction, right? For example, this is what happens on Google Maps. It shows you which route to take so that there's lesser traffic, right? So that is a traffic prediction. It could product recommendations. It knows what are the kinds of things you are shopping. What did you shop last on Amazon? So based on that, it puts ads on your screen, right? Depending on, because it knows what were you trying to buy, right? So depending on what kind of things you're buying, it will put those things. So you can actually do product recommendation, self-driving cars, email spam. Yeah, how does Gmail identify spam? Right? So either it identifies spam as mail that has gone to a lot of users, right? So it's multiple mails, or it looks for certain words in the mail, and based on that it decides whether the mail is spam or not spam, right? So it can be used for email spam, for like a personal assistant, fraud detection, stock markets, medical diagnostics, we already spoke about it, language translation, Google Translate, right, which works. Like I said, all these things are in the process of improvement, right? So if you say, oh, Google Translate doesn't work so well, there is scope of improvement, it will hopefully improve, it will hopefully get better. So in astronomy, we use a lot of this machine learning for the simple reason that there's a lot of data, right? And like I said, we follow the mantra that data speaks. So if you have a lot of data, you should use that effectively to actually understand and learn something. So in machine learning, this applies to any field. You have what is called supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning, and reinforcement. Okay? So what is supervised? For example, I am showing you these 4 images. I tell you this 3 lions, this is a frog, right? So I show you various images, and based on this, if I show you a 5th image, you should be able to tell me whether it's a lion or it's a frog, right? Now this is not a good example because it's exactly the same image of a lion. But ideally, if I put many images of different lions, right? Male, female, from front, from behind, from various, angles, etc. Then maybe when I give you a 4th, another image, you can predict, the machine can actually predict whether it's a lion or it's a dog or whatever it is, right? So what you do is we train it. Now you see, this is exactly what we do with children. With children, what do? You tell the child, no, this is a dog. Say hello to the dog. This is a cat. Say hello to the cat, right? So you train the child. And the child, as the child grows, he or she sees more and more dogs, right? Someday he may see a small dog, someday he may see a big dog. So he realizes, oh, dogs can be big and they can be small, right? And depending on that, when it looks at a horse, it then says, okay, this is not a dog, this is something else. And then probably the kid will ask you, what is this? And you say, no, this is called a horse. So the kid says, acha, this is a horse, right? Similarly, you may do it with tables and chairs, right? What is the definition of a chair? What is the definition of a table? So you see different kinds of tables, right? And based on that, you decide what is a table. So this is what we call supervised learning. You show and you train. For example, if you are seeing all these images and I ask you which of this is like the others and how, you can also look for similarities, right? You can look for similarities in images, yeah? Whether which of the images are similar, which one is not, for example. For example, so how does this work? For example, I showed it various images of cats and dogs. I train it, and then when I show new data to the system, it actually tells me whether it's a cat or it's a dog. Right? This is what we call supervised learning. And so when we use it in sciences, we actually make that as part of the software. It has to be part of the software, which is generally part of programming. And like I told you, the idea behind this is earlier when science was done, you actually have a hypothesis. Based on it, you have an experiment, you get data, you understand it. That is hypothesis-driven science. You could also have data-driven science, this kind of science. You have a lot of data, you explore it, look for patterns, and you look for, analyze the data and understand it based on the data. So in the supervised learning algorithms, you could classify. For example, you have men, you have women. I show images of men, I show images of women, and then I have unknown ones. I use that to classify, right? Whether it's a man or it's a woman. I can also do it for something in science which we call regression, right? You're actually looking for relationship between parameters. Some of the examples, for example, look at this image. This is an image which is of different kinds of galaxies. Now all these galaxies have different shapes. This is what is called a spiral galaxy, which looks like a spiral. You could have a galaxy which is more spherical looking, elliptical galaxy, or you could have a galaxy which has no clear shape, right? So what we can do is we can actually use machine learning to actually identify what kind of a galaxy you're looking at. Is it a spiral one, is it an elliptical one, or is it an irregular kind of galaxy? So this has been done to a large extent. Galaxy Zoo was a citizen science project. So what happened is, citizens were encouraged to look at galaxy images, classify them, okay? And then that was used as a training set so that on the basis of that they could classify more galaxies. Right? We also have what are called variable stars, and they have different ways in which they vary, and these are also used for classification things. We also look for exoplanets, right? Planets around other stellar systems, and often that data is also studied based on machine learning techniques. If you've heard about redshift, expanding universe, for redshift studies also you can use it to get the redshift. We don't have time, but I'll just tell you that we use it in this way. There's even what is called the three-body problem. There's a video here, but let it be, which was actually solved using machine learning. So this is an example where a problem which could not be solved by mathematics, it actually got solved by machine learning. And then this is a very popular image, if you've seen it. It's a black hole image, which was also created using what are called convolutional neural networks, which is a deep learning technique. So I will wind up with this, that machine learning methods are gaining popularity. You do not even know how many things are actually using machine learning. So actually, by default, you should assume that most things are using some form of machine learning or artificial intelligence, for sure, right? For example, this mic. If this mic was with artificial intelligence, while I'm talking, you can see that my hand is moving, right? So there are times when I'm louder, times when I was softer, right? If this was an intelligent mic, it would measure the distance between me and the mic and accordingly adjust the volume so that the volume is the same every time, right? And definitely, you will buy such a mic because you say, oh, that mic is far better because that mic gives a constant volume, right? While this one is going to fluctuate depending upon whether my hand is moving. So it's already got into most things. In things where it's not there, it will definitely get in, and obviously people will opt for it because it's a better choice, it's a smarter choice. So it's obviously gaining popularity, but obviously there is a question of how do we use it, and like somebody mentioned, this actually happens with almost all human endeavors, with everything, right? Whether it's a knife or whether it's a fire or the nuclear bomb, right? Everything can be used positively, it can be used negatively, right? So one of the questions was about the negative part. Will everybody lose their jobs? No, nobody's going to lose their jobs. Don't worry, right? It's not that if women have washing machines in their house, they don't have any work to do. You still have things to do, right? So I think it's just a question of development, and I think it's a real fun kind of development. It is interesting, it is fun to see how we can actually use our imagination, our understanding to improve the things that we are using. And I think we should not look at it as a negative thing because it's definitely positive. And like I said, everything can be used both ways. You don't have to just blame artificial intelligence. Everything can be used. A car you can go and hit 100 people with that car. So that doesn't mean that you stop driving cars, right? So I would say that this is obviously a very, for me it's very interesting, the kind of developments happening. I think they are really interesting, and it would obviously lead to some very interesting results. And we must just look at it positively as a positive thing. Yeah. So thank you so much. I'll be happy
workshop on this, but I wanted to ask you, how would you, as a person who's speaking about AI, judge the level of compatibility with human intelligence? AI would ever be able to surpass that? No. Yes.
Yes. We build robots and then the robots will actually rule us. Science fiction movies and things like that. But if you remember, in most movies where robots do that, finally we are the smarter ones and we finish them off and we do that. So I think it's difficult to say whether that would, this thing. But it's very interesting to actually see Asimov's rules. Have you seen Asimov's rules for robots and how robots are to be built? So, what do you say? I guess not, I hope not.
There is Dr. Wes Kolgar, Head of Information Science and Engineering, PD College in Tolburi. And under IS, we are running Adult Intelligence and Machine Learning courses also. And I am having total more than 25 years of teaching experience, and I completed BA in Electronics and Communication and MTech in Computer Science and Engineering and PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from JNU Hyderabad. And first of all, about the AI, the artificial intelligence is an emerging technology, and this is going to be used in all the fields. Not that in one area we are going to use it. We are going to use in all the fields, and that's why it's very important for all of us. That's why here the madam has selected this topic that is artificial intelligence and emerging real-time applications. And Madam, Dr. Priya Hassan Madam clearly explained about what is the generalized learning, reasoning, problem solving required for AI, and even for the types of artificial intelligence and the types of learning that is required for artificial intelligence for various applications. And even we have explained about the detail what is the AI and different techniques also like machine learning and deep learning, right? That is very important, right? The tool that you are going to use for artificial intelligence. And Madam has even explained the detail about the applications of for the AI, right? Like security, object detection, industry, traffic management. That's only right? Examples has been explained about the AI, and also the pros and cons of AI also Madam is explained. And I'm very much thankful to the speakers, Dr. Priya Hassan, for a wonderful presentation on AI and the emerging real-time application. Thank you, Madam. Really, in short period, I explained detail about that. It requires more time to explain about that because in this only 1 hour more, around 1 hour, Madam explained detail about that because only it's required more time to explain about that. And in short span of period, you explained about what is AI, types of AI, and types of machine learning, and even the application of such wonderful session, Madam. Okay. Thank you, Madam. And last but not least, I am very much thankful to all this committee for being a part of this wonderful international conference on bridging knowledge from diverse discipline for global change. I am thankful to all of you. Thank you, Vanessa.
I request Dr. Uday Balagar, Session Chair, to kindly felicitate. I request Dr. Atiya Sultana, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to present a token of goodwill gesture to the Session Chair, Dr. Uday Balagar. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am.
As we are gathered here to exchange ideas and engaging discussions on our conference topic, the judges for this session on the stage, I request Professor Ramesh Rathod, Department of English, Gulbarga University, Kalburgi, to kindly come on to the stage. Professor Ramesh. Secretary Kaveri Kamshetty, please be ready.
One and all, I am Azmutunisa Begum, Research Scholar, KBM University in the Department of English. My topic for today is an overview of cultural foliage in The Dark Holds No Terror by Shashi Deshpande. The Dark Holds No Terror is Shashi Deshpande has integrated elements of Indianness into her works, emphasizing facets. Okay, the contents include introduction, cultural impact, relationship overhauls of the protagonist, and cultural change in which the protagonist is living. I say Shashi Deshpande has integrated elements of Indianness into her work, emphasizing facets exclusive to India, such as its culture, traditions, cuisines, locales, nomenclature, and aesthetics. Women, despite their profound potential, often find themselves underutilizing it due to the constraints imposed by the rigid patriarchy. Bereft of the agency, women are constrained to conform to the role of a compliant spouse, withdrawing into isolation akin to a cocoon. I say in a broader context, cultural context, culture can be defined as representing the comprehensive blend of acquired and collectively embraced beliefs, values and Values and custom fostering unity within a community, constituting the central focus of anthropological inquiry. Human civilizations are formed by the fusion of culture and traditions which influence people's interaction, habits and views of their environment. Cultural impact on an individual is a myth or a truth. According to Franz Boas, a trailblazer in psychological anthropology, emphasized the influence of culture rather than biology on personality developments. He says it determines our judgments on what constitutes commendable and objectionable art, music and cinema, as well as what we deem tasteful or gauche in consumer products. Our protagonist, that is Sarita, considers herself dark, ugly and unattractive because of the social stigma and penchant for fair skin and attractiveness. She is psychologically in torment, firstly because she bears the brunt of gender discrimination. Secondly, Saru, that is Sarita, carries the psychological weight of feeling unwanted by her parents. Thirdly, and most tragically, Sarita clenches with the psychological scars of a severe physical trauma in the form of marital rape through her husband. It is imbibed in most of the Indian culture that a woman is subdued character. Should be walking a few steps behind the male, should be less educated than a male, should be less salaried than a male, should be less in status than man. In fact, all the less and lower things come under women's shade. The gender biases are vehemently seen throughout the life. As in another of the Shashi Deshpande's novel, That Long Silence, a woman can never be angry. She can only be neurotic, hysterical, frustrated. There is no room for anger in my life. This is what the protagonist of That Long Silence says. Similarly, here in Dark Holds No Terror, Sarita assumes a centrifugal role as she speaks on behalf of ordinary women enduring comparable traumatic situations. Her dynamics with her mother is also not very good. We say it was a cultural shock for her as she entered the college and hostel premises. Her orthodox middle class self was shocked at the bold talk about intimacy and what the girls talk about menstrual cycle as well. Okay, another of the examples that can be seen was from a prose poem that is written by Jamaica Kincaid, The Girl. Here also the relationship between the mother and the daughter is not very good, and here the set norms of rules and regulations in the Antiguans community was seen by the readers. How to walk. The rules such as how to walk, what to say, when to say and what not to say are all dictated to the girls at a very early age when they are still to enter the puberty. Similarly, when Sarita was also reaching puberty, she was also asked, she was curious about the physical changes that were happening to her, but her mother, she said, you are growing up, you should be careful now about how you behave. Don't come out with your petticoat like that. Not even when your father is around. So here it is like a warning that the parents give, like
warning them as well.
In the end, I would like to add, as per feminist analysis, women's bodies have been depicted as symbols of motherhood, seduction, sexuality and reproduction. While sex is rooted in biology, the societal perceptions and significance assigned to male and female bodies have been socially constructed by the cultures in which we live. The protagonist Sarita in the novel is well educated, a doctor, but depicted as a docile and compliant woman. Marital rape, which is also a spousal rape, involves non-sexual sexual activity perpetrated by the women's cause. Deshpande's novels revolve around the harrowing psychological challenges faced by women in a traditional male-dominated culture and their ability to overcome them with resilience.
Good afternoon everyone. I am Kaveri Kamshetty, Research Scholars, Department of English, Bandanawaz University, Kalburgi. Today I am going to present my paper on ecological reflections in Ruskin Bond's fictional Himalayan landscape in the context of global change. As I am going to present my paper, it is going to speak about Bond's portrayal of Himalayas as a backdrop for ecological reflections resonating with global environmental change. As we know, Ruskin Bond is a famous writer. He has written many books and stories which are well known for the natural sceneries, Himalayan landscape and trees and animals, flora and fauna depicted in them. Ruskin Bond gives detailed description of trees, its usage, impact on individuals, association with daily errands of life and myths associated with them. He elaborately explains how we belong in the physical world, the history of the land, the movement of people and the formation of community. So for the global change, I mean over here, where British literature, American, Indian, any literature we speak about, many environmental prospects or concepts have been already discussed. But there is a need to discuss the global issues, ecological issues about ecology, ecosophy, all these issues has to be discussed. And Ruskin Bond's works act as main suggestions, or we can take as a great help for the people to come or to know about environmental issues or environmental concerns. Ruskin Bond masterfully weaves nature landscape into his narratives that delve into the intricate relationships between humans and their ecological surroundings. So Ruskin Bond masterfully weaves narratives that dwell into the intricate relationship between human and their ecological surroundings. Bond's literary canvas often features the majestic peaks, winding rivers and the Himalayas. So here Ruskin Bond also highlights the vulnerability of this delicate balance in the face of human activities such as deforestation, pollution and urbanization. His works are really going to help us to know how human and nature relationships can be found. So in the global environmental change, he has been discussing about deforestation, habitat loss, and further he explains about the worsened environmental degradation in the region, threatening biodiversity and the livelihoods of local communities. Through the Ruskin Bond stories or from his work fiction, we have a profound insights into the real world of environmental challenges. In concluding part, I would like to say that through his narratives, literature can foster empathy and understanding among readers, inspiring them to take action towards positive change on global scale. Thank you everyone.
So any questions from the audience? Anybody? Thank you, Kaveri.
Thank you.
So our next presenter is Zubia Razin. Please come on to the dais. Audience, please pay attention to the presenters as they are presenting their hard work. Whatever you can see here, it is their reflection, what they have gone through in the field of research. So please pay attention and kindly pose some questions so that they will still more improve. Or whatever doubts you are having, at least you will get clarified those doubts.
A very colorful afternoon to one and all. I'm just trying to set the tone with the theme as people here are invited from different cultures and different backgrounds. Respected guests, my mentor Professor Nisha Tarif Hussaini ma'am and all the dignitaries here. Myself Zubia Research Scholar, KBN University Department of English. I feel honored to be here and likely to thank my mentor for giving me this opportunity to address you all in this international conference. So today I am going to present a paper on Saadat Hasan Manto, Echoes of Cultural Exchange in Literature. So to begin with, I would like to initiate with a prominent quote. Culture is a wisdom reflecting the history, culture and spiritual world of nation. Cultural exchange is a bridge to enhance the mutual understanding and friendship between the people of different nations. So coming to the introduction of the writer Saadat Hasan Manto, he is a prolific Urdu writer and was significantly influenced by cultural exchange throughout his life. Let's explore how this influence is manifested in his works. Firstly, diverse background and experiences. Manto was born in British India and later he moved to Pakistan after partition. His exposure to different cultures, languages and traditions shaped his worldview. His upbringing in multicultural environment allowed him to appreciate the nuance of various communities. Secondly, literary influence. Manto was an avid reader. He started his literary career by translating his works of Russian, French and English authors into Urdu. Some of the writers like Victor Hugo, he is a French romantic writer, Oscar Wilde, an Irish poet, and Antonin Chekhov, Russian poet writer and a short story writer, Maxim Gorky, and a Russian writer. These were the writers whose work Manto has chosen to translate. Thirdly, language and identity. Manto wrote in both Urdu and Punjabi. His linguistic versatility allowed him to engage with diverse audiences. Some of the works of Manto which has been translated by other writers, like for example, Nasreen Rahman. She is from Rawalpindi, Pakistan. And Atish Ali Tasir. He is a British American writer. They have translated the works of Manto into English. Carol Kristen Fair. She is an American who has translated two of the works of Manto into English. One is Thanda Ghosh, the cold meat, and Kholdo, to open. And the last, Francis Pritchett. He is from Columbia University. He has also translated the work of Manto Toba Tek Singh into English. So coming to the conclusion part, culture can influence literature in many ways, including religious ideas, moral values, and languages. Translation can play a crucial role in cultural exchange. It can impact literature, language, and preservation, global understanding, and growth of multiculturalism. Manto's fusion of cultural elements enriched under literature, his stories resonate with readers across the cultures. His legacy continues to inspire writers to engage with social issues and embrace cultural diversity. Manto's cultural journey was shaped by cultural exchange. allowing him to create a powerful narratives that transcends borders and resonate with readers worldwide. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the audience? Yes.
What is your contribution? What is your contribution?
My conclusion or my contribution?
Contribution.
My contribution. Like, definitely a culture plays a vital role in defining one's literary work. So my conclusion is, by taking culture into consideration, we can add so much works.
What was available, you are collected and presented. What is your contribution? What will you feel? जो था collect किया, gather किया, present किया, है ना?
Yeah.
Whatever was available, those things are collected, gathered, and presented.
So my contribution will be seen in my thesis, sir.
This is a research paper, no?
Yeah, research paper.
Research paper is what?
Research is something wherein my efforts should be there. I should bring out something out of it.
What is your topic, ma'am?
Echoing of culture exchange in Manto's work. My topic is echoes of cultural exchange in literature by choosing the writer Sadat Hasan Manto.
Gather clear, present. Gathered means what were available around you, gathered, collected, and presented.
Yeah.
That is a contribution, you mean?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Surya. Our next presenter is
Good afternoon to respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So my topic is the impact of Malayalam language, culture and self-identity in the works of Anita Rai. How do language plays a dominant role or vital role in the global scenario? Just have a look about the South Indian language called Malayalam. The generic term Malayalam is basically classified into two sects, two ways or two kinds. The first thing is Malay, that is called as mountain, and followed by the other part that is called as region. Mountain region is called as Malayalam. Many writers do come from Malayalam. Many writers comes from Malayalam context. Whether it is Vaikum Muhammad Bashir, whether it is Kamla, Madam Kamla, and in fact we come across one of the greatest writers called Anita Nair. Well, my dear friends, the word language, it has historical evidence. Basically, the word language, is derived from the Latin language called lingua. Lingua refers to spoken word, or in Kannada we call it as nalge, what we speak, what we utter, what we communicate. So let me come to the mainstream or main perspective, that how the impact of Malayalam language or the culture or the self-identity do play in the works of Anita Nair.
Hello.
Let me take Anita Nayar's Ladies Coping. Fine. This novel delves into the social, expectations, family pressures, and personal aspirations that shape the lives of the Malayalam woman. Not only Ladies Coping, even let us focus on The Better Man. So one of the outstanding novels of Anita Nayar, that is The Better Man, so which brings up the theme of Malayalam culture, Malayalam context, as well as the theme of love, loss and redemption, which is set at, in the areas of Kerala. So being born and brought up in the Malayalam culture or Kerala, it is a plus or it is an advantage for Anita Nayar. Even on the other hand, we come across Lessons on Forgetting, so which is composed or written by Anita Nayar, that delves in the into the themes of memory, trauma, and healing, which is set in Kerala as well as Bangalore. However, this novel also focuses about the exploration of human capacity for resilience and the possibility of finding redemption throughout the forgiveness and understanding. So even in the custody, take for an instance another novel called Custody. In Custody, which speaks about the theme of cultural aspects, cultural themes in sense. As we all noticed, as we all studied that we come across the cultural aspects like Raymond Williams do speak about the cultural themes. In Custody, it's a novel which explores the theme of cultural identity, artistic integrity, and personal, fulfillment in sense. And finally, Mistress. It's a novel by Anita Nayar which speaks about the dynamics of the love, desire, and power. So, in fact, Nayar speaks about the prose, rich character development, make the Mistress a compelling read that delves into the depths of human emotions and desire. To conclude, Anita Nayar throws light on the cultural aspects or cultural identity, especially the impact of Malayalam language, culture, and self-identity. So finally, her works not only offer insights to the diverse experience of the individuals in India, but also resonate with the universal themes that transcend geographical boundaries. Anita Nayar's novel invite readers to contemplate the intricacies of the human condition and the transformative power of empathy, understanding, and forgiveness. Thank you.
So over to audience, any questions?
You are talking of the Malayali culture or the Kerala culture or the coastal wealth culture. Yes. There is more of matriarchy. What if it was patriarchy, or if you are comparing it with the patriarchal society, how different would it have been?
Sir, when we travel in the parts of the coastal belt, as we turn the pages of history, we come across the matrilineal context in that particular belt. As Anita Nayar, born and brought up in such area, and the what we call the womanhood or womanship, that plays a vital role in that particular belt. And when we focus into her novels, when we study her novels, we come out with the socio-economic status as well as these cultural identity, in sense.
Okay, I'm just asking, looking for a comparative analysis of it.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Comparing
to a patriarchal society.
Yeah. As we all know that within that. The Kerala, the belt, so-called belts, the Kerala.
I come from the coastal belt, so we have more of patriarchy. I was looking at it from the angle.
And even many women writers do come from Kerala belt in sense. Yes, thank you.
One more question.
Sir, please.
What difference you find in Kerala and Karnataka? Patriarchy and matrimony.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what kind of a difference you find?
A difference between Karnataka and Kerala?
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, coming to the statistical report, the literacy rate is very low. One thing.
No, I am speaking about the patriarchy.
Yes, about the women writers and the men writers. Even we have n number of writers from Karnataka. We have received more awards compared to the Kerala. On the other hand, when it comes to the Indian English literature, we belong to the both Dravidian family, South Indian belt. whether it is a man or woman, the contribution to the development of Indian English literature is noteworthy or outstanding one, sir. This is my...
So, one more, which is superior? Means more compared to Kerala, patriarchy. In connection with the patriarchy.
Sir, being, Kannadiga, the first preference obviously it goes to the Karnataka itself. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry, it was a 11th hour preparation. I'm sorry. I'm extremely sorry. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Presentation is by Prakash Devdas Nelagi, Department of English.
With the benign blessings of Lord Shan Basweshwara, I am going to present my research article on the topic Exploring English Language as a Barrier in Chetan Bhagat's Of Girlfriend. I am a beginner who is presenting for the first time in the conference. English is a global language spoken by 1.3 billion people in the world. In that, 360 million people endorse English as their first language. India has a population of 140 crore, and in that 120 million people speak English. Compared to our population, the number of English speakers is very less. English has spread everywhere and we can see English everywhere. For example, from morning till the evening, we use English words while talking in our mother tongue. Words like time, pen, pocket, paper, good, card, college, school, bus, auto, bag, car, TV, remote, mic, dais, stage, many more. So English has taken a fixed place in our daily life. In the novel Half Girlfriend, Chetan Bhagat has showed the struggle of a Bihari rural boy named Madhav Jha who faced many uneasy situations in a reputed and English atmosphere campus of St. Stephen's College. The first act starts with the struggle of Madhav Jha, the protagonist of the novel. He is struggling to reach the committee room to attend the interview. So he is asking other students of Stephen College, all are speaking in high English. Like all have spoken their first word in English when they opened their mouth to speak. When Madhav Jha asked for help, for the direction, nobody accepted him, and instead of saying the address, they ignored him and laughed at his English. So in the novel, I just want to mention one quotation that without English, I felt naked. I started thinking about my return trip to Bihar. I didn't belong here. These English-speaking monsters would...
Thank you, Nizamabul Haq. So this is the end of oral presentations of this session.
Sorry.
Okay.
If you had an advice to give to the Indian youth as
language as my in education, I chose the English language for learning in MA. For that only I am here. If I am not taken English as
one sentence.
For English only I am here.
For the youth.
For them also. If you learn English, you can stand own in your life.
However, the biggest economies are not English-speaking countries.
Sir?
The biggest economies, some of the biggest economies like Germany and all that,
Yes,
Japan, Germany, they are not, China, they are not English-speaking countries.
It is not about language, sir. English is a global language. It is a potential of people. It is not about language. Yes, sir.
What is half girlfriend? What do you mean? What do you mean by half girlfriend?
In the novel, Chetan Bhagat says that the present youths not ready to take their responsibility. They are afraid of responsibility. If she says that I am not your full girlfriend, I am your half girlfriend. Because she don't want to take the responsibility of girlfriend. So, what should I say that?
What is the difference between half girlfriend and full girlfriend?
Taking responsibility is full girlfriend, taking not ready for responsibility is half girlfriend. Thank you.
It was a very nice interaction between the audience and the presenter. This session will scheduled from 5:30 p.m. onwards. So thank you all the presenters. Each presentation contributed to the depth and diversity of our conference. I now request Professor Ramesh Rathod, Department of English, Gulbarga University, to share his thoughts and views on today's presentation.
Respected professors, invitees, Nishat Madam, Athiya Madam, all English faculty members, and my co-judge Dr. Premchand, and all dear students. So today students, research scholars and PG students have presented their papers. And there were so many questions also from our university professor, science professor. So I was just observing, students got very few minutes time to express their views. And they had prepared the papers, but all of them are doing research, they are PhD students. But if they are given more time, they could have done the justice, I say. But some questions were there from your side and students became more alert also and they tried to answer. This is very good interaction. First student, Ajmat Unisa Begum, she presented her paper but I was not present here. Then I came when Kaveri was presenting her paper on Ruskin bond. She spoke on Ruskin bond and it was not a detailed study on Ruskin bond. Anyway, a very good writer in English, Ruskin bond, and she spoke on that. Then Jubia Jubia Begum. She is a very sincere student of Madam Nishat Madam's scholar, Sadat Hassan Manto's eco-literature. She spoke on even Toba Tek Singh and all. Toba Tek Singh is a very brilliant work, intellectual work of partition period. Toba Tek Singh deals with the partition problems. Sadat Hassan Manto is a partition writer. He is a bilingual writer. He writes in Urdu and also his works are translated into English. And his writing, he always expresses the things about the rootlessness. When partition took place, all of the people, most of the people, they went to Pakistan by leaving their all roots in India. To Pakistan, it was the problem. And Toba Tek Singh deals this theme in a very systematic manner. So it's a very good topic for research. It's a partition theme. Then came Moinuddin Nalwadi. Moinuddin spoke on the Anita Nayar's writing, Anita Nayar's fiction. Anita Nayar belongs to Malayali. She is a Malayali writer and also writes in English as well, both. Many questions were raised on her, Anita, in this Moinuddin's presentation. So here professors asked about the feminism and patriarchy. So patriarchy and feminism, this is deeply rooted in the society. Many women also follow the patriarchy because they are the indirect patriarchy. They read the patriarchal literature, therefore women are also considered as patriarchal writers. So like that, Anita Nayar is also one among them. And Malayali writer, we have to remember Kamala Suraya Das. She writes about the feminism. Very well, many of you know Kamala Das is a brilliant writer. One has to read her writing. She has written my story in detail. Kamala Suraya Das, Kamala has been converted to Islam in the middle age. So her writing is also excellent, and he has taken Anita Nayar's Ladies Book, so that he has to work hard to prove his writing. Then came Prakash Devidas Nelwad. He is a PG student. He spoke on Chetan Bhagat's half girlfriend. So nowadays the boys, as our professor rightly asked about the half girlfriend and full girlfriend, nowadays boys cannot make full girlfriend. They have to have half girlfriend only, because if they make full girlfriend, they will be in trouble. So therefore that suits well, because Chetan Bhagat is a very good writer, you know. Three Idiots and all. He is a film script writer and a novelist as well. So he writes such kind of themes. So anyway, my suggestion to the PG students and research scholars is they have to work their research in a deep way, because they have to study well and refer many writings, many of the secondary sources, and then they have to give the justice to their research. So Madam Nishat Madam is their guide, and she is a very serious academician. I know it very well, and all these students will do their research work nicely and in a very systematic way. So anyway, you have given me the opportunity to come to your university, KPN University. I am very much happy to come to your university, because Nishat Madam and all our English faculty. And I have come today and shared some of my views about the students' research activities. And I'm thankful to you all who have invited me, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. Let's make a conscious effort to stay active and avoid the temptation.
Myself, Dr. Shashidhar Sardar, Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Bandanawaz University, Kalburgi. So it gives me an immense pleasure to introduce you all to today's current session speaker, Dr. Saeed Najmul Hasan. Professor Saeed Najmul Hasan received his doctoral degree from the Moscow State University, Russia in 1993 and MPhil from Hyderabad University, India. Dr. Hasan has more than 25 years of teaching experience at master's level and administrative experience. Dr. Hasan is actively involved in research focusing on celestial mechanics and dynamical astronomy, Clifford algebras and its applications, and published more than 50 research papers in international recognized journals of high repute. Further, Dr. Hasan has received research grant from the reputed funding agencies and served to the scientific community by collaborative research with eminent scientists of Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bangalore, and IIIT Hyderabad. Currently, Dr. Hasan is working as Professor, Department of Mathematics, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India. So I feel we are blessed to have served as a resource person for this current session. Thank you for being with us, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your introduction. I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Nishat Saini Saiba, for having invited me here. It's always a pleasure to be in this university. And the most thing I like here is the teachers from various faculties, they gel together very well. And they participate in all the lectures and all the meetings together. It's a very, very good culture, and I hope this extends in other universities in India too. I'll be talking to you about cryptography and its applications. I will try to make, I may not stick to the presentation totally, because rather than giving you a lot of terms and get you into terminology, I'll try to get across to students what we basically do. One thing which is lacking in Indian academics right from school system is we are taught many things, but we don't know the relevance of why we are learning that. Right? For example, right from our school we are insisted and we are shown what are numbers and how to add them, and the numbers adding 2 plus 3 is same as 3 plus 5, you know, the commutativity property and various things, but we don't understand why they are being done. Many people have no idea of what mathematics is. They just feel that mathematics is adding numbers, multiplying numbers and so on. But mathematics goes much beyond that, and the numbers themselves can be applied in a variety of things. It's not just counting the sheep and counting objects in your money, but numbers can be key to everything you have today. Yeah. Keeping this in mind, one thing we'll realize that in mathematics, the simplest of problems are the most beautiful and interesting ones. For example, we learn about prime numbers. A prime number is a number which can be divided with 1 or itself without leaving a remainder, right? So there are no factors of a number. Those numbers are called primes. For example, 2 is a prime number because 2 cannot be written as a multiple of any other numbers which is whose product is 2. 4 is not a prime because 2 into 2 is 4, or 6 is not a prime because 2 into 3 is 6. But 2 is a prime, 3 is a prime, and then 5 is a prime, 7 is a prime, and so on. 11 and 13 and 17 and so on. And these prime numbers have intrigued people for a very long time. It's a very simple idea, but it is something very special, it is something very magical about prime numbers. And cryptography today, the present day cryptography is based on this concept of primes and dealing with primes. Yeah, so we'll come to this a little later. And yeah, so basically, what is cryptography? Essentially, I can say it's a science of secure communication. We are communicating all the time. We are talking to people. We are conveying ideas. We are transferring information, data, and various things. And we don't want this data to be taken by getting to wrong hands. For example, you have your passwords, you have a number you put in your card in the ATM machine and you put in a code and only then you can get money out of it, right? Or you are logging onto a system, you have a password. You know, these are yeah, and then when we are sending messages across, when you are sending a letter to say your mother or your friend or your husband or wife, you don't want somebody else to read it. So you want the message to, one person sends it, other one receives, and we don't want anybody else to intercept it and read it. Sometimes it could be very personal, which we don't want it to happen, but many a times, like in military, it's very confidential information and it can lead to the security of the whole nation. So secure communication is essential everywhere. So in my title I have what are the real world applications. Applications are there all the time, all around you, which you will realize. And if I give you one, you yourself, the students can come up and give me 10 more examples of why we need this secure communication. So cryptography, basically the crypt is a Greek word which means hiding. So cryptography is the process of hiding or coding information so that only the person whose message was intended to can read it, right? And this art of cryptography, of sending messages across, it is not a new thing. What Priya spoke in the morning session was on AI, which is something very modern. But cryptography is one of the oldest of science. And people had to kings send messages to the soldiers or between, and they didn't want the message to be intercepted. And human beings have been trying to make these systems more and more secure. And what we have finally come to is mathematics, which has created the most secure systems. But before coming to that, some of the very simple things you can think of is, for example, in earlier times people used to take a stick and suppose you wrap a paper around. You take a stick and wrap a paper around and write on it something. And then you open it up and you can't see the message at all. It becomes some gibberish. You have just some alphabets there. And if somebody else intercepts it and wraps it around another stick whose diameter is different, he or she will not get back that information. So you need another stick of the same diameter so the person receives it, wraps it around the stick of the same diameter, and then he or she can read the thing, right? This is a very simple way of doing it. So another one is called the Caesar cipher, where, for example, you shift. You say D is mapped to A, E is mapped to B. You have just shifted the alphabets, right? So a cyclic one. You can have a shift of one alphabet or two or three alphabets, and so your A has become X now, B has become Y, Z, and you write a message, and it looks gibberish, it looks some nonsense, and the person who receives it, that person will have to shift it back. But both the people have to know what kind of a shift it is, isn't it? So when I am writing a letter to, say, my wife, and I don't want anybody else to understand what it is, I shift all my alphabets by by two letters, and then I tell her shift them back by two, and she will read what I mean. But it's a very, very primitive, very simple way of doing it, and it's very easy to crack these kind of systems. It's very easy to guess. One of the ways it is done is, in general, when you write, say, every language, for example, if you are talking about English, there are certain alphabets which come most regularly. For example, E, I think, comes very often, and A comes often enough. Vowels probably come very often, but X doesn't come too often, and Z doesn't come often. So people can even break down messages, very easily guess what kind of a shift it is, whether it's a shift by 2 or 3. In fact, you can make it a bit more complicated, where first 10 letters are shifted by 2 characters, but 11, 12 to 15th is shifted by 5 backwards, and some such thing. You can make it a bit more complex, but still it's not too difficult to break it. So statistically, you can see which is the alphabet coming very often, and suddenly you realize that this message has too many X's, and the probabilistically it matches to what E should be, and what Z is coming matches to what probably O is, and you reconstruct everything and do it, right? So it's very easy to break this code. but this was used by Caesar's time, that's why it's called Caesar cipher. Then in the Second World War, the whole world was at war with each other, and they were sending messages which were very secret, and only the Allies had to understand what was happening. So Germans came up with this machine Enigma, and so this was a typewriter with many rollers in it, and it mapped each letter to something else. For example, A was mapped to I, and B is mapped to P, D is mapped to B, and so on. So they would type the message, send it across, and the message where it was sent, they also had exactly the same kind of a machine, and when they read it and retyped what they saw, they reconstructed what was the actual message. This Enigma was a very successful machine, and to make it more complicated, there were many rotors in it. So at each time they signified which rotor they were using, so the shifts could be different. In the first rotor, A is mapped to I and so on, but in the second one, A is mapped to C and so on. So when you are reconstructing, you do it the same way and reconstruct it, right? So this was done, but these things also were broken down. So some basic mathematics which we require, I'll try to show you what is being used in present day cryptography, and I hope I can. Okay, so so anyway, I'm unable to handle this on this. The orientation is not. Yeah, okay, so basically the idea is this. There are certain functions in mathematics. Modular functions. See, if I say there is there was a very interesting lawyer called Fermat, a mathematician, lawyer. He was not a mathematician, but he was very much interested in maths. And he had written one of his theorems, which was called the Fermat's theorem, which kept people busy for hundreds of years. Only in 1993 that was solved. But today we are talking about the Fermat's little theorem, which says if A is any number and P is a prime, and A is a number which is not divisible by P. So A to the power of P is congruent to 1 mod P. Okay. So many people get scared by looking at equations. There is nothing to fear. Mathematics is simple. What this means is, if you multiply AP times and divide it by P, then the remainder will be 1. Right? So this is modular multiplication. It's something like, if I have a clock which has say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 only, right? We don't have 12 but 6. So if I'm adding, say if I'm adding 4 plus 6, what I do is I take 4 by 6 which is, I get 10, and I divide it by 6 and the remainder I get is 4. So I come back to 4. So if I'm starting from 4 and I'm going 6 steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'll come back to 4, right? So this is you divide it by that number and you get the remainder. So this A, for example, if A is say, A is a number say 121 and P prime number, and let me take 2. So 121 to the power of 2, when I divide it by mod 2, yeah, I have a mod P here. So if I divide it by mod 2, I will get a remainder 1. That's satisfying this property. Okay. So prime numbers are very interesting and there are many results with primes. And the biggest problem which we have, so if a certain number is given to us, suppose if a number like 2, 3, 7, 6, 1, 5, 2, 1, whether it's a prime or not, if I have to find out, I have to divide it by all primes under it. Yeah, so to make it simple, if I have 13 here, to check whether it's a prime or not, I have to divide by 2 and see it is not divisible by. Then I take the next prime 3 and I divide it by 3 and see it's not divisible. It's always leaving the remainder. The next prime number is 5. Again 5 doesn't divide 13 completely. Next is 7 and then it is 11. None of it divide 13, hence 13 is a prime. But then some smart people came up and said you don't have to go all the way to 11. If we can come halfway to what 13 is, that is still 6, and you don't find a prime, then it's a prime. So there are many algorithms which try to find out what prime is. So when the numbers are small, it is easy to check whether it's a prime or not. But as the number becomes large, it becomes very difficult to find whether it's a prime number or not, right? In fact, this thing was being used for a long time to test, or even now it is being used to test how fast a computer is. So in how much time it can find a big prime number or not gives you the speed of a calculated speed of a computer, right? So what is done in this modern day cryptography is you take two large prime numbers. Yeah, you take a prime which is P and you take another prime which is Q and you multiply them, and that's a big number. So you take two big prime numbers, multiply them, you get a number. This common number P into Q is a public key. Everybody knows. The person who's coding it knows. The person who's decoding knows. The person who is coding the message, he or she is given P, the first prime, and the person who is decoding it uses the other number, is given the other Q, and only then he can decipher, right? So what I am coming to is basically what lies at the heart of cryptography. Most of those systems, so that's the basic maths we required, and I hope it was not too technical, right? And in cryptography, mainly there are, roughly speaking, three types of cryptography. One is the symmetric cryptography, asymmetric one, and hash function, right? So the basic idea is you have a message, you have a certain function with which you convert it into coded, and the coded one goes to the receiver, and the receiver has to find an inverse which he recovers the function, right? So in symmetric cryptography, the secret key, the key which is used to code the message is there with the person who is coding it, and the same key is also given to the other person to decode it. For example, my code was I'm shifting all alphabets. So the same thing is known by the person who receives it, and hence they can decode it. So the same key, the same formula, same function, the same number is given to both, and this key is you have the text, you encrypt it, and this encrypted message goes to the receiver, and he or she decrypts it and gets back the same text. And both of them has this key. So this is a very vulnerable one. If this key is guessed, if the person gets the intruder, the interceptor finds out this key, then he or she will totally decode it very easily. But yeah, and even if the person doesn't have it, this is very susceptible to people breaking this very fast, right? To guess what that key is usually done, and these are not very secure systems. Okay. Then comes this asymmetric cryptography, where is based on what I just said. One key is given to the person who is coding it, and another key is given to the person who is decoding it. So with the first key, the person codes text to coded one, which is gibberish, you could see intercepted, and the person who has to decode it has the second key, right? So the person who has even encrypted it, he or she cannot himself break it back. Only the person who has the other key can do it. So the sender, once he has coded, even that person cannot decode it. Only the receiver can do it, right? So this is the RSA algorithm which is used widely, and this RSA stands for the people who had made this protocol. That is Ribes, Shamir and Algernon, and it is this asymmetric cryptography algorithm which is much more secure and which is at the heart of most of these things. And the Fermat's little theorem which we discussed, where e to the power of p is congruent to 1 mod p, is used in both the cases. The person who's coding it uses this kind of a function using the first prime number, and the other person decodes again modular function q to decrypt it. And the interesting thing is this product of those two numbers, it is made available, everybody knows it. But the problem is people cannot find out, I mean it's very difficult to find out what those two prime numbers is. And when it is done at a very serious level, when militaries are exchanging information and using this, they use a prime number so big that computation time to calculate whether it's a prime or not, or to find that number, should be beyond the life of the message. So the message is sent, and within a certain time it is invalid. It's too late even if somebody breaks. So they see to it that they use such primes where the time taken to break it down is very, very large. How much time do I have? Is everyone with me, or especially students, are you understanding? See, what I am trying to connect is the kind of things which we learn in school, or they are not useless, they are important. They become the fundamental things on which the last things are built on. right? So the concept of a prime number, which people take it very trivially, they think what is there if a number can be written as a composite or not? It can be used in such an important thing, which has become very integral part of your life all the time. You don't realize it, but when you are sending WhatsApp messages and receiving them, when you are logging into your banking and accessing your data or transferring data, when you are buying things from big basket, doing shopping, or you go to a hospital and your data is encrypted and kept, and all these things have to be very secure, right? This communication where data has to be collected, transferred, it is very important in today's world that this data is confidential, because we are living in a world where data, there's immense amount of data. We are living in big data times, and hence the ML techniques, the machine learning AI techniques which are used have become necessary. The security systems have become necessary, right? Earlier, people, when they worked, they got a salary, they got some money from their offices and went back. Today, the money is transferred into your account, and you have to get it through some net banking or ATM or so, and the whole transaction has to be secure. And the security of communication is what cryptography is, right? So it touches us in everything. So the third type of cryptography is we have the hash function, and hash cryptography involves using this hash function to transform, which is it's a one-way thing, right? It's not a two-way. It's only a one-way function, and for example, your digital signatures and so on, you are logging on to your bank account, and you have your login name, right? So it is only a one-way thing where you communicate, you log in, and you don't require, only thing is it goes one way and the system authenticates it and lets you enter and make those transactions or not. So these hash functions are again, they have a lot of data integrity, right? They are very, very difficult functions to crack and break in, right? So coming to its applications, we need secure communication all the time. So when we are sending messages through Messenger or Skype or Messenger or general phone or WhatsApp, you are sending it, and you only that group or only that person you send to has to receive it. So you have this end-to-end encryption in message apps, where the messaging goes from end to end, from the time it is sent to the time it is received, it is there. And the receiver has a digital key which decrypts the message, and the sender has a digital key which can code the message and so on, right? So if you look at the ratings of WhatsApp and Viber, these two have the highest secure protocols, most difficult to break into it. Facebook Messenger are weaker, and Telegram and Skype. Skype is the most easy to break into. It's the most, and obviously for these reasons you see that we are using WhatsApp a lot, because we are being told and we realize that it's a more secure system than any other one is. Then these financial transactions which I've already mentioned, online banking and so on, you require this cryptography. For e-commerce security, where you sit on your phone and you log into Amazon or Big Basket or whatever and buy things. So you do online shopping you have these payment gateways where you require cryptography, yeah, and healthcare data protection. You should think of it and you realize that you require cryptography everywhere, yeah. So this kind of a slide I could have made it for all these scenes, but I just did it for one to show you. Within it, there are so many things one has to take care of. For example, for healthcare data protection, yeah, you will think, yeah, you've gone to the hospital and they've taken down your name, your age, your various things, your student or and so on. But this data is very valuable, and there are various things which are attached to this, right? And there are big companies like Amazon and Google. They are getting richer today. It's because they have access to a lot of data. So in today's world, data is extremely important, and the data has to be secure. Right? So the key considerations to be included when we are looking at, say, medical information is encryption. You have to employ strong encryption methods for both data in transit and to prevent unauthorized access from it. We don't want that information to go anywhere else. Then access control. They implement strict access control to ensure only authorized persons should see and access patient record. Your records should go only specifically to the right person, the right doctor, the right. Otherwise, if that data goes into the hands of some pharmacist, they start bothering you and start trying to sell their medicine. And, so you don't want anybody else to know what is your medical problem or so on. You want the whole thing to be secure. Then authentication. Yeah, we need to use robust methods of authenticating so that people can access this data. And similarly, for audit trails, for compliance and regular training, you require data integrity and this thing, right? So for this, your password securities are important, and very strong protocols have to be used where hashing and sorting passwords are used, two-factor authentication, and so on. And then the internet is again connected to so many things. You have Internet of Things, and you require protocols and security systems for all kinds of communication which you do with your this thing, right? And there are people who are trying to break into your things. They are breaking your passwords for your to log into your account and transfer funds and so on. So you have to detect more and more secure systems. And coming to the challenges, now we are going towards quantum computing and so on. So quantum computers, when they come in, will require different techniques. These RSA algorithms will not work, and we'll have to look into all these aspects, algorithm vulnerability and user compliance and cyber threats have to be taken in. So the future is to work towards post-quantum cryptography, homomorphic encryption, zero-knowledge proofs, multi-party computations. Then we also are coming towards biometric authentication, where your iris readers or your thumb impressions will work as your secure thing, because otherwise that's only unique for you and it's with you all the time. So you will be safer to carry these biometric. Yeah, so with this I will end. Thank you.
For your eye-opening session on one of the technological trendy topic, that is cryptography. As AI, ML, all in this line, they are very trendy topics technologically, and cryptography is also one of the trendy topic. So basically this topic is for mathematics subject researchers, as I am electronics experts, I can understand cryptography, because in electronics and communication engineering, without cryptography, there is no communication at all, because safely we have to communicate the data. So I congratulate sir for successfully completion of this presentation, and also thank you sir for your wonderful session. And I also request many mathematical professors and researchers, please come forward to take the research in the field of cryptography and security. It may be cyber security, network security, or many more things. Because it is useful in nowadays very emerging technologies like healthcare sectors. Healthcare is one of the sector where people are looking forward in the research, but security of the data is very important in the healthcare sector. That's what we never advanced much in the healthcare sector with respect to digital data is concerned. Thank you one and all.
I request Dr. Shashidhar Sonar, Session Chair, to kindly felicitate our speaker, Professor Syed Najmul Hasan.
Thank you, sir. Heading towards our next lecture session, I request Dr. Arthur Fernandez. I also request Dr. Panduranga, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, Central University of Karnataka, to continue with the session. Introduce our today's chairperson, who is Dr. Panduranga, Associate Professor from Department of Commerce, School of Business Studies, Central University of Karnataka. Sir has teaching experience of 15 years. He has published 32 research papers, 14 book chapters, authored 1 book and also edited a book. He has successfully guided 3 PhDs and also a recipient of UGC-sponsored major research project. With this, I request Dr. Panduranga sir to continue with the session.
Muhammad Afzal and Ayan Ali. Please escort Dr. Panduranga sir on the dais.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. Good evening to all of you. Organizing committee, deans of various schools, heads of the departments, faculty members, research scholars and students. First of all, I wish to congratulate the various schools of KBNU for taking the initiative of organizing this international conference on the emerging topic. At the outset, I wish to express my gratitude to the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to take part in this session. And okay, thank you very much. Can I put it up? Yeah. For this session, we have with us a resource person. Our resource person, Dr. Arthur Fernandez. He is a MA PhD from Karnataka University. He has also done mechanical engineering from KLE Institute of Technology, Hubli, and he has worked as assistant professor at St. Joseph Institute of Management, Bangalore. He also worked with Jain University, Bangalore. He is having more than 10 years of teaching experience. Currently, he is working as Associate Professor and Dean at Institutional Branding and Outreach at Kirloskar Institute of Management, Harihara, Karnataka. I welcome all of you for the session. I also welcome the resource person of the session. The theme of the session is very relevant. Nowadays, we talk about the sustainable business models and environmental economics. Now, I request the resource person, Arthur Fernandez, to deliver a talk, express his views on the given topic for 20 to 25 minutes. Then we can keep the session open for discussion. Thank you. I over to Dr. Arthur.
On the table. My area of research is managerial learning and development at the workplace. That's my PhD in. So what I do is, and it is basically an informal learning, the way we learn informally. So my whole session is going to be informal. Those who are sitting behind there do not want chocolates, is it? Chocolates नहीं चाहिए? चाहिए तो आगे आ जाओ ना, जल्दी से. I am also a corporate trainer, so maybe we have a mix of both the faculty and the trainer. Right? The subject given to me for this discussion, the topic is sustainable business models. Do you read it? Can you read it? What does it say? Sustainable business models and environmental economics. Okay, so as a professor, let's look at the definitions of each of these first. So let's go with the professor's approach there. First of all, if anyone can come closer and see this one, this is where we humans have been for the last 3 lakh years. Homo sapiens, as a so-called the species that we are. Homo sapiens. Are we all Homo sapiens here? Can everyone raise your hand? Homo sapiens. All Homo sapiens, please raise your hands. All Homo sapiens, please raise your hands. I will prove that you are not sometime later. All Homo sapiens, please raise your hands. Homo sapiens, yes, no? Yeah, wonderful. So, this is where we have developed all our innovations and all that, right? Starting from, trying to hold fire to... Yeah, if any doubts, you can talk. Those who talk will have to come and present whatever you say there. Those who talk there will have to come and present whatever you are saying there. So let me finish quick. I'll finish within 15-20 minutes if you remain silent and are with me. This is where we have seen starting from the invention of the wheel to vaccines to so many other things, and today we are making it faster and faster. Inventions, discoveries, so many things coming faster and faster. And with that development, of course there are going to be challenges, and that's what we are talking about. So sustainable business models and environmental economics. So we have a small world, and within that world we live, the animals live, and so many other things live around us. So this is where we see from the industry point of view. I come from the industry, from a mechanical background, and then worked in automobiles, and coming from a industry house that runs a business school. We talk of these 4 basic development things that happen in Industry 1.0, Industry 2.0, Industry 3.0, 4.0 and 5.0. Today we are in 5.0. We already are. So if I ask you, where are you? You'll have to ask yourself where you are. And with this, as we said, challenges are always going to be there. So we know what is business. Those of you who have studied commerce would understand what is business. It's as a professor, the activity of buying and selling of goods and services. So definitions are there. Then, according to business, this is what we teach. What does it say? The social responsibility of business is to increase its profit. That's what the Friedman doctrine says. Fine. So what does it say? The social responsibility of business is to increase its profits. Right? Okay. So when you say social responsibility, what is that? It is providing employment, some of them listed out there, eliminating discrimination, reducing pollution. Those are the social responsibilities. But whose responsibility is it? So what does the previous one say? The social responsibility of business. So what do you mean by business? So can a business have responsibilities? Yes, no. Can a business have responsibilities? Yes. Business? No. People can have responsibilities, right? People like you and me. Can a business have responsibilities? No. So that's a big question we have when we say that. So can a businessman have responsibilities? Yes. So can shareholders have responsibilities? Yes. Naturally.
Yes, we are demanding it. Can the shareholder not have responsibilities? Yes, we can. Then, can we individuals have responsibilities? Yes? Yes. So, basically, we want the world to change, but we do not want to change. So, can we be the change that we want to see in the world? Yes, no. Yes. So, we know what is environmental economics. Again, coming to the professor's point of view, the cost-effective allocation, use and protection of the world's natural resources. This is what the definition says as a professor. How Homo sapiens, how we produce and consume goods and services. So we all said we are Homo sapiens. Sure? Sure? Okay. So we know what is sustainable development. I'm giving you definitions again. So environmental economics encompassing all sustainable development. That is where it is related. So I think that is all that I had to say about what was the topic? Sustainable business models and environmental economics. That's all I had to say about it. So can we play? Yeah. So you want to have a small game? Okay. The queen or king and need to sit on the chair, and this person demands this something that I want, and something is presented immediately. So whoever brings it is the winner. So since my name is Arthur, you must have heard of King Arthur. Let's call this game King Arthur. So the fastest one first. Mujib, you can maybe help me. The first come, first served basis. No second. So when I call out this, I want the first person coming here will get a chocolate immediately. Shall we start the game? Yes. Yes. Ready? Yes. Yeah. So the first one. First come, first served basis. Come, you have to come here. You can't go. Over come here. You have to come on the top, please. You could have. Yeah. So the winner gets a chocolate. You missed the chance. No, sir, you have to wait here. You'll have to wait. Somebody who has worn jeans. Wait! You can take photos. Ready for the next one? Yes? No? Yeah. So, be ready on your feet. Has a genuine leather tote or a handbag? Genuine leather. Yeah. Quick, shut up, madam. You don't have to bring it. Whoever comes first. Oh. Where's the bag? Here. No, I have limited chocolates. Here, madam. The first one. She came, all the days she came first. With the bag. Shall I give it to her? Or you both can share it. Please come. Both can share. Are you ready to share with her? Yeah, please take. Yeah. Ready on your feet? I have 6 chocolates. 3 done. A person who owns a car. Two more to go. Ready on your feet. Has a smartphone. Sorry, sir. Prove his ownership. Show us the smartphone. One more to go. I need one honest person who can prove this
Well, they all have Cadbury's chocolates. Can you come into the center here? Yeah. Each of your chocolates has got something about sustainability written on it. Can you check the chocolate wrappers? Each of you have got a chocolate. Fine. There is something written. Can you tell me what it is? One of you can read it. Can someone read it?
100% sustainability sourced cocoa. 100% sustainability sourced cocoa.
What did it say? 100% sourced cocoa. Now that is the business model that is demanded by consumers today. People have started demanding to show sustainability. And that's the business world that we are going to enter into. Whatever products you produce, whatever services you produce, consumers are going to be demanding for it. Are you ready for the business world? Are you ready for the next world? Are you ready for the modern business? Today, ESG is something that we all are demanding. So whether it is ICICI Bank, if you have got an account, how many of you have got an ICICI Bank account? No chocolates this time. Yeah, you must have received a sustained ESG report from ICICI Bank if you have got an account. What does a bank produce? Service. Even for that, they are showing ESG certification. Thank you all. Stay there. Take a bite of your chocolate. Please open your chocolates. And this doesn't end here. Yeah. Please take a bite of your chocolates. Take a bite. You share it. This is, yeah. Please open it. Have a bite. Have a bite. All of you, please take a bite. Quick. Don't throw the wrappers out. The lesson continues. I said, Professor ho gaya ki, matlab trainer aa gaya. Yeah, all of you have taken a bite. Is the chocolate sweet? Sweet, sure. Okay, how do we feel? Happy? Sense of achievement? Yes, no? Is the chocolate tasty? Yeah, can you feel the taste? You have to ask them to share. Can we congratulate them all? A big round of applause. Little louder. Little louder. Thank you. Show them the screen. Well, I'm going to leave a little bit of bitter taste. A bit of bitter taste. A little bit of seriousness. We all had chocolates. How many grams is it? How many grams chocolate is it? उतना छोटा चॉकलेट नहीं दिया मैं. Yeah. How bad? 13.2 grams. So that chocolate that Cadbury's has manufactured is 13.2 grams, and it very nicely says 100% sustainable cocoa. What does it mean by that when they say that? Now let's look at chocolate as a product. Let's look at the chocolate as a product. The product that we buy every day. It takes 17,196 liters of water to produce 1 kg of chocolate, and Cadbury's is telling us 100% sustainable. Abhi. How is the chocolate? How's the taste now? Now you could divide 13 grams out of 17 and you will know what the figures are. If some companies are telling you it is sustainable, please know there's a lot of greenwashing that happens. I'm sure you know the meaning of greenwashing. Those who don't know can check your mobiles. Fine. There's a lot of greenwashing that happens. That is 1,719 liters for 100 grams of chocolate. That's the reality. Chocolate is the biggest culprit. That's the biggest culprit. That is around 33.4 kgs of CO2 per kilogram. And we just consumed, how much was that? 13 into 6. Mathematicians will help me with that.
Mathematicians will agree with that. That is what the reality is. We had nice advertisements given, nice wrapping happening, but the reality is something different. The next time we want to source it, let's know what we are buying. What is the next one? The second person called was? Now this is like bulai or matlab basically kar diya. Yeah. Second person was? Jeans. Who was it? Yeah. So a pair of jeans. It takes about 8 to 10,000 liters of water to manufacture one pair of jeans. And those faded ones, you know, must color nikale. Yeah. Rubbing pumice stone with chemicals and all that takes more. Takes more. That's the reality of jeans. But I'm also giving you the source, you can Google it also. That's the reality. Yes, there are companies like Levi's who say that they have brought in green jeans. You have the other ones like Wrangler and Killer who say green jeans, but I don't know how green they are. Next one was bag. That bag that we have. Two ladies. Yeah. So nice. Yeah. That's the reality of a leather bag. It takes that much water to manufacture one leather bag. Now don't look at my shoes. Fine. 7,000, that is, sorry, that point is comma. 7,612 liters of water for one pair of shoes, and for a pair of boots, I am not wearing, thank God. Yeah. It is 12,000. That's the reality of leather. Right. A cotton t-shirt, on the other hand, takes 2,900. What's the next one? Smartphone. How much water do you drink every day? How much do doctors or we have the health and nutrition? Sir, how much water do you recommend every day? 3 liters. 3 liters water is recommended for Homo sapiens. We Homo sapiens. That's it. We started with understanding. Sorry, it was Khan, right? Yes, Khan. Yeah, Khan. Yeah. That's the reality. And then we buy cars every 3 years, every 5 years. Right? If we are talking of electric cars, an electric battery today, yes, it may improve, takes 8 kilo of lithium. For that 8 kilo of lithium, just the lithium, it is this quantity of water that it takes, plus the manufacturing of the car. So the next one was smartphone, smart Homo sapiens. So we said we have 3 liters of water per day, but your phone drinks around 12 liters of water per day. If you keep a phone, usually how many years do you have a phone? 3 years, 5 years? Yeah, if you keep it for 3 years, it drinks around 12 liters of water per day. That's what your phone consumes. That's what your phone consumes. I don't use phone, I use laptop. Here it is. The lady who admitted food, on an average, around 2,000 to 3,400 liters of water to produce 1 kilogram of rice to reach your table. So suppose you have wasted 100 grams of rice today, you could imagine what all. We are only talking of water, please remember, I am not talking of other energy, electricity, all those things are additional. I am only taking one aspect of that ecology. The sweet that goes into our food, maybe the jalebis that we have today. Yeah, fine. The wheat. That's how we waste. Any thoughts from your end? something that you would like to share. How was the chocolate? Still sweet. Yeah. I think we can give a big round of applause for being here. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. We are only talking of water footprint. We have 3 different footprints. We have the green, we have the blue, and we have the grey. Green we know that comes from the rain and it evaporates. Nothing much happens with it. The farmers use it. We gardeners use it if you have a garden. If you have a pot, maybe you keep it out. We use it. Rainwater harvesting is done. That is what happens. The blue is sourced from the bore wells today. So I think most of Gulbarga is with blue. Yes? Yes. Yes? What happened? Everyone got silent? Yes, sir. All suddenly became Homo sapiens. Yeah. And then we have the grey. Every time I shampoo, right, to wash that chemical off, I need such a lot of water to dilute it. That happens with the industry too. That is grey water. Just goes waste into the water bodies. That is grey. We were talking of only water. There are many other things that we need to be the other ones there. The water was the one that we spoke about. We speak about transportation. A tanker of water costs us how much? 800. One tanker of water. 800 rupees. 800 rupees. So your chocolate that you just consumed was almost one tanker of water. All the chocolates put together. Right? The energy consumption to manufacture, the food production, carbon emission, waste generation, development and construction. Then we talk of tourism. I visit Varanasi very often. I go, not that, I think I go to a lot of different states. Tomorrow I will be in Bangalore flying to Gwalior. So I go almost every month to a different state. When I go to Varanasi, I see this, there's a huge crowd and there is so much of, pressure on the natural resources around there. Water, land, everything there. It is with everything everywhere. So I always wonder, tourism, can we be a little more responsible? Can we be a little more responsible? Is something that we need to talk about. So product manufacturing, plastic use, water usage. So we know this last definition. We know what is the demand. What's the demand? An economic concept related to a consumer's desire to purchase goods and services and willingness to pay a specific price for it. So are we paying the right price? Are we paying the right price? Or are we paying a price? Is a big question that I leave you with. Right? The next time you buy something, the next time you demand something, the next time you want to produce something, the next time you want to waste something, please remember these. Please remember the simple thing that we had, maybe a game, but that should be a game changer for your life. We had a small game, but that should be a game changer. Ending with Homo sapien, coming back to, I always say that. When we know what is a Homo sapien, it means wise man. Those from the English literature will be able to tell you. Homo sapien means wise man. Are we really? Are we wise? If we say we are wise, today, why have we stopped all the animals from going to the lakes? Why are we blocking resources? Why are we doing so much of other things? I'm just talking about water, just one aspect I'm taking. So that's something that we need to ask. I leave you with this question. How truly Homo sapien are you? You can connect with me anytime there. I conduct a lot of other programs also. If you have any queries any day, you can connect with me on LinkedIn, on Facebook. I'm across, you name it. Since coming from management, we are versatile and we are there across everything there. How much time do I have? The next time you could maybe put a watch behind that, a clock. That will be very helpful for the speaker here. Thank you all. I leave you with these thoughts. Thank you for coming in. Thank you.
Now the forum is open for questions. Any clarifications, questions, comments, suggestions, please come forward. Students especially, please raise any questions because we have enough time. If there are no questions, we can wrap the session. I must congratulate Dr. Fernandez for making a sweet, short and lively session on the given topic. The topic is very vast and the topic requires a lot of research, and there is a lot of scope in doing research in this particular topic. And you could customize the session depending on the needs of the various audience. So in any conference nowadays we find a lot of students, we go with some preparation like what we have to talk and with a lot of preparation, but when we go we find a lot of students and the students will be very much busy on their smartphones. But it could make the session very live, and I hope nobody has had a nap in the session. The session went on very well. Sir, please be seated. And already I told it's very difficult to justify for the given topic within a short span of time. And each and everyone must think and practice about this particular topic. Sustainable development, it's need of the hour. Okay, G20 tagline, if you see, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one nation, one earth, one family. So it's very difficult because the population is increasing, our lifestyles are changing, the consumption is going beyond the limit. Nowadays we talk about all, but we don't practice, there is a problem. So he has highlighted how much water is required for whatever the chocolates we consume. So sustainable development can be taken as a social responsibility nowadays. It's one of the social responsibility, and each and every one of should involve in the sustainable development. What Dr. Rajkumar has rightly defined social responsibility. What is social responsibility? Social responsibility means it's very simple. Everybody has to do his or her job properly. If everybody does his job or job properly, that's nothing but social responsibility. You don't do anything extra for the society. You perform your job properly. You justify for your job. That's nothing but social responsibility. As a student, what is your job? As a teacher, what is my job? As a farmer, what is your job? As a soldier, what is your job? As an administrator, what is your job? If each and every one is doing his job perfectly, it's a social responsibility, and each and everyone are responsible for the sustainable development. So before using a bottle of water, we should think twice. So because it's very difficult, these are not biodegradable. So there are many areas and lot of scope for sustainable development. You take any area, you talk about marketing, we talk about green marketing. So everywhere there is a possibility of sustainable development. When we talk about even agriculture also, what our forefathers used to do, the kind of cultivation, we call it as organic cultivation, and what they used to produce and eat millets. Millets don't require a lot of water. Our rice needs lot of water. So what the practices, what systems, what customs our forefathers have developed, what rich heritage we have, that has to come back for the sake of sustainable development. And when you look at business models, there are various business models related to sustainable. Nowadays, when we talk about agriculture, agriculture is a business, agri-business, and nowadays we are calling it as agripreneurship. And now the latest trend is organic agripreneurship. Organic agripreneurship is need of the hour for our sustainable development. You will find a lot of farmers, they do organic farming without using pesticides and chemicals, and some farmers they also processing the food grains in a natural process without much use of chemicals or without using advanced machineries. Okay, so chemical free farming is a need of the hour. And when we talk about, there are various businesses where they are going into green, where they are talking about sustainable. But sometimes you have to check whether really they are doing practices or just they are claiming that they are not using chemicals, just they are, you have to check whether is it just for a marketing strategy or it is practiced. That is important. Just a company claims that we are doing this, we are doing that, we are protecting environment. Is it practically happening or is it used as one of the marketing tool? Nowadays many people, they are using it as a marketing tool. That is also one of the problem. And recently we have undertaken a ICSSR project. In that project we came across chemical free dyeing on fabric. There is one institute in Hospet. We visited that institute. It is called Don Bosco Institute. They are doing some skill development activities. They are imparting training under skill development. And one of the initiative what they have taken on the fabric, they are doing a chemical free natural dyeing. And it's very costly and they are exporting, because nowadays we want cheap products, that's another problem, and we want varieties of products, that's another problem. So the natural dyeing, using the leaves, live leaves they are using, and for the sake of dyeing without using any chemical, they are able to export this fabric also. They are exporting it to Germany. And to talk about, there are many business models. We talk about sustainable development in terms of using solar power, alternative sources of power, the alternative sources of fuel are also important. In Karnataka, we have an enterprise called Selco Enterprise. Selco, it's doing solar business, more affordable, and financing also they are doing. It is developed by one of the Roman Magsaysay awardee, Dr. Harish Shande. They have developed a wonderful business model for the sustainable development. So there are a lot of things. So what we need to do is we have to identify what is my responsibility. Many times we talk about what I can contribute to the nation. Okay, if you save 1 liter of water, that's your contribution to the nation. If you save 1 unit of electricity, that's your contribution to the nation. Nation. If you save 1 liter of fuel, that is also a contribution to the nation. So youth, before spending any resources, be cautious and don't say we are getting 200 units of electricity free. It is free, but it may be free, but it is not national. It's a national resource. It's a national resource. So each and everybody, each and every students, we have to practice from home. Charity begins at home. It's a need of hour. We should be very cautious at every moment, at every time. Students will just go out of the classroom without putting off fans and ACs, lights. So at home or at institute or at workplace, let us be cautious while using the resources. So there are many things to talk about. I think already they are standing and they are warning. Thank you very much. I thank all the participants for involving in the session. I express my sincere gratitude on my personal behalf and on behalf of Department of Commerce and Central University of Karnataka for giving me an opportunity to take part in this session, live session. Thank you very much.
Our speaker, Dr. Arthur Fernandez. Joseph, Faculty of English, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Sultanate of Oman, on the topic Cultural Exchange and its Impact on Literature, for which I call upon Dr. Ramesh Rathod, Professor, Department of English, Gulbarga University, Kalburgi, to chair the session, and request Fariha Mehbeen and Ms. Muskan of MA 4th semester, Department of English, to escort Dr. Ramesh Rathod. Dr. Ramesh Rathod is a senior professor and chairman, Department of English, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Special Officer.
Recording in progress.
Academic Branch, Gulbarga University, Kalburgi. He has 28 years of teaching experience. He held several responsibilities and positions like Finance Officer, Custodian and Squad of PG examinations, to name a few. He has authored 12 books, edited 14 books and is a reviewer for 5 journals. He has completed PhDs of 28 students. Sir, to chair the session.
Good afternoon, Dr.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Dr. Rachel.
Am I audible?
Yeah, Dr. Rachel Joseph. Good afternoon to you. I am just introducing you within 2 minutes. Then you can start your lecturing. Okay. So this is a literary session. Dr. Rachel Joseph, she wants to talk on cultural exchange and its impact on literature. Dr. Rachel Joseph obtained her master's degree in English literature from Kerala University, Kerala, and her doctorate degree in English language and literature. Dr. Rachel Joseph had served many institutions as an English lecturer from 1994. Currently, she is working as a lecturer of English in the University of Technical and Applied Science, Saleha Sultane of Oman. Dr. Rachel Joseph was a member of Quality Assurance Committee and carried out a student's appraisal since 2013. She conducted workshops for all staff in the Department of regards quality assurance and tailored English teaching methods to suit the needs of individual students. And she was a group leader in General Foundation Program, self-assessment reports, and she was the GFPU ELC representative and member in the college level risk management committee. Dr. Rachel Joseph reviewed the current self-assessment report of the assigned criteria to identify all the additional requirements as per OAAA standards. So now I request Rachel Joseph to deliver her speech on cultural exchange and its impact on literature. Welcome.
Not getting full screen. I am sharing the screen. A world free of bias, stereotypes and discrimination. A world that is diverse, equitable and inclusive. A world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together, we can forge equality around the world, uniting and forging the human bond with a rich variety of colors around the globe. The blacks, brown, fair, dark and whites. The world is moving towards change, and this change can only come if we share knowledge, experience and culture. Collectively, we can all inspire inclusion. In advance, wish you all a happy International Women's Day, which will, in nature, be a humanitarian day for the world. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rachel Joseph and currently working as an English faculty at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Sultanate of Oman. I am honored to be here at this platform, and I extend my respect and sincere thanks to the Dean, Dr. Nishat R.F. Hussaini, to make this happen. Thank you for the nice introduction, and I would like to acknowledge the organizing team of Khaja Bandanawaz University and the management of the University of Technology and Applied Sciences. I consider today a redefining milestone in a very long and pleasant journey, and I'm delighted to discuss the topic cultural exchange and its impact on literature. Well, I've been an expatriate for around 2 decades, and I'm a part of the diaspora. I came to Oman with nothing, but now I have collected a baggage of experiences, and that has impacted my mind. I can say my frame of mind profoundly. What I understood about cultural exchange is that this world is a vibrant tapestry, woven with countless cultures and traditions that not only enriches your life, but also fosters understanding and respect among diverse communities. According to Matthew Arnold, a 19th century British poet and cultural critic, cultural exchange is the interaction and sharing of ideas, values, and customs between different cultures. He believed that through cultural exchange, societies could learn from one another and enrich their understanding of the world, leading to greater harmony and progress. T.S. Eliot, in his essay, Tradition and in Individual Talent, discusses cultural exchange as the interaction between past and present, where the present artist assimilates and transforms the cultural heritage of the past into something new and relevant of their own time. He emphasizes the importance of tradition in shaping individual creativity and suggests that true innovation arises from cultural inheritance. Cultural exchange in general is defined as when people of 2 or more different backgrounds trade ideas, feelings, stories, and customs. It is used for fostering conversation and embracing diversity within communities, and for assisting in strengthening bonds and unity among community members. I think cultural exchange is important because it is the most effective approach to remove the stereotypes of countries. The cultural heritage of an author can serve as a valuable source of diverse experiences and viewpoints that shape their writing style and perspectives. Take, for instance, how cultural stereotypes are often deftly handled in literature. Authors might employ these stereotypes to question commonly held beliefs or even completely overturn them. Through indigenous literature, for example, native cultures share their stories, wisdom, and spirituality, preserving their identity in the face of external pressures. Literary works also facilitate cross-cultural understanding by offering readers a window into the lives and perspectives of people from diverse backgrounds. Multiculturalism in the UK has its roots in the early 17th century. Britain transitioned seamlessly from an imperial motherland, passionately believing in its own racial supremacy, compared to someone possessing the ethical strength of having defeated Nazism. The debate about immigration has been historical, but also loaded with the cultural heritage of a nation redefining itself in a post-imperial era. The answer has come in the form of integration and diversity. Integration is an integration, is an especially strange word in Britain. Unlike other countries where the law formally kept the races apart, integration does not mean the end of segregation, because segregation never existed as an official legal regime on British soil. Instead, integration means something vaguer, something closer to social mixing and assimilation. The following years, British saw a sharp rise in Asian arrivals in the United Kingdom, though the immigrants made a positive impact on the UK by contributing to its workforce. Racism was a big problem in British society. Cross-cultural exchanges have also had an effect on poetry. Eastern traditions have influenced Western poetry with a focus on simplicity, nature imagery, and spiritual exploration. Contemporary society continues to influence poetry through its social concerns, political dynamics, and technological advancement. Poets learn from different cultures' poetries, giving them other outlooks on life, love, nature, and human experience. Furthermore, when poets from diverse cultures collaborate, they merge their styles to craft fresh forms and narratives within the realm of poetry. Alfred Tennyson's Hesperus explores human fascination with the unknown, portraying a surreal journey rich in symbolism and mystery. The journey leads to a vibrant slope, meeting the Atlantic Ocean, where voices akin to those in a dream beckon. Tennyson's poem explores themes of exploration, enchantment, and the transformative power of venturing into unfamiliar domains. Personally, I am an ardent fan of the Victorian poet Lord Alfred Tennyson, as he was my father Alfred's favorite. As a dedication to my father, I took Tennyson's work as my PhD thesis topic. Much like his protagonist Marlowe, Joseph Conrad's career as a merchant marine also took him up the Congo River. And much like Marlowe, Conrad was profoundly affected by the human depravity he witnessed on his boat tour of European colonialism in Africa. Kim, by Rudyard Kipling, is a novel set in British India under the Raj toward the end of the 19th century. The story is about coming of age, adventure, espionage, travel, and the diversity of India's ethnic groups and characters, and is one of Kipling's best-known works. Robert Frost, who, following the death of his father, moved from California to Massachusetts with his mother and sister at age 11, became famous for his references to New England life and places in his work. British poets have often explored cultural exchange in their works, reflecting the interconnectedness of societies and the blending of traditions. For example, the American English poet T.S. Eliot in The Wasteland depicts a fragmented society where various cultures collide, emphasizing the breakdown of old beliefs and the quest of significance in a contemporary, diverse world. Similarly, William Wordsworth's poetry often portrays his experiences with diverse cultures, such as his interactions with the landscape and the people of Lake District, which inspired his romantic ideals of communion with nature and the human spirit. John Keats, in poems like Ode to a Nightingale, draws on classical mythology and incorporates the elements of Greek culture, illustrating how cultural exchange can enrich artistic expression. Overall, British poets have used their works to explore the complexities and nuance of cultural exchange, showcasing both its challenges and its potential for creativity and understanding. Cultural exchange starts with a simple yet crucial step: research. Understanding the traditions, ideologies, and principles distinct to various cultures can facilitate meaningful interactions with locals while traveling or when encountering them in your own country. For example, learning about Omani culture can make your next visit to Oman completely different. Cultural norms aren't universal, they vary extensively worldwide. Here in this picture, you can see, the famous dignitaries over here. My first lecturing position, far from home in Gulbarga, provided an enriching experience, exposing me to diverse perspective and culture of multilingual ethnicity. Despite the distance, the warmth of my colleagues and students made it feel like a second home. Of course, one Indian, one Japanese, and Filipino. My next phase of my career started in the Sultanate of Oman. These colorful photos are evidences of the exposure I have gained through cultural exchange at work for professional and personal development. These photos are not only the treasured memories to cherish for a lifetime, but it's a view book to different cultures around the world, beyond the knowledge any book would give. Our cultural, I should say, our unique cultural background enriches our work environment and fosters diversity, which is valuable. Basically, it has two aspects. One is the aspect of obtaining the understanding of other nations about the way of thinking, the manner of living, the arts, and the general institutions of a country through the introduction and diffusion of its own culture. American literature has been a significant force in shaping the cultural landscape of the United States. According to the Poetry Foundation, according to the Poetry Foundation, Emerson was the first major American writer to explore Middle Eastern and Asian ideas and mythologies in his writing. This was evident in works such as the poem Brahma and essay Persian poetry. From the works of early American writers such as Edgar Allan Poe and Mark Twain to contemporary authors like Toni Morrison and Stephen King, literature reflects the nation's history, values, and identity. American literature, embodying a blend of varied cultures and viewpoints, has mirrored the evolving social and political landscape of the nation, offering a reflection for society to contemplate upon. Through its profound impact on readers, American literature has helped shape and define the nation's cultural identity, making it a cornerstone of American society. Modern to those area of mentor leadership in this country. Flannery is considered an early to mid 20th century writer known for her Southern Gothic style. Toni Morrison, on the other hand, is considered a modern writer known for her exploration of African American experiences in the 20th and 21st centuries. Cultural influences from the United States shaped literature from the late 19th century. The late 19th century saw the development of regionalism, an artistic movement that emphasized the unique characteristics of individual locales. Through their works, writers such as Kate Chopin and Lydia Marie Child highlighted racial and social equality issues. Around women began to gain more prominence in American literature. In the early 20th century, authors such as Willa Cather, Jessie Mosberg Lehman, and Anita Loos contributed to the burgeoning genre of feminist fiction. As the century progressed, authors like Eudora Welty and Harper Lee continued to challenge literary conventions with their experimental writing styles and subjects. In summary, cultural exchange, the interchange of ideas, customs, and artistic expressions among different cultures has had a profound impact on literature throughout history. It has enriched literary traditions by introducing new themes, perspectives, and storytelling techniques. Through cultural exchange, writers gain insights into diverse worldviews, which they incorporate into their works, fostering cross-cultural understanding and empathy. Additionally, exposure to foreign literature inspires innovation and creativity, leading to the development of new literary forms and styles. Overall, cultural exchange stimulates literary growth and promotes global dialogue, contributing to the richness and diversity of literature worldwide. Finally, cultural differences should not separate us from each other, but rather, cultural diversity brings a collective strength that can benefit all of humanity. Thank you. Thank you for the kind attention, and the session is now open for any questions or discussions.
Queries and questions, you can raise your questions, please. Okay.
I am not audible. I can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now? Am I audible?
No, you are not audible. Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you, Rachel Joseph. You have done very well. You have given a good lecture on culture and its impact on literature. So now I am leaving the audience to give you some questions. They can raise some questions to you. Just wait for a few minutes.
Take a question, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for the informative session. My question to you is, how would you differentiate between teaching in India and Oman that you are presently working for? And what is the cultural difference among students that you find?
You mean to ask the globalization, how it has affected the way literature reflects? And how it is engaging with diverse cultures?
Yeah, talk about that. 2 minutes.
Okay, I can say that, by facilitating the literary works around national and linguistic boundaries, as technological communication advances and travel becomes to engage with diverse cultures, influences and reach global audience. Like it led to the emergence of transitional literature, resulting in a more conversation, I can say, interconnected literary landscape. Or also, it has sparked debates about cultural imperialism, ethics of representation in literature.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rachel Joseph. Thank you very much. Dear students, she has spoken about culture and literature very well, because culture is connected to the human life, isn't it? As you all know. What do you want? What is the question? Okay. So she has asked a question: how does culture affect our understanding literature? See, culture and literature, they are not different. Literature is outcome of our culture only. So century-wise we differentiate the literature. See, literature is a mirror of the society. Do you understand? Literature is a mirror of the society. It is a reflection of our own life. Literature is nothing. It is just a reflection of our own life. And culture, that is deeply rooted in the society. Whatever our culture expresses, so that is written in the literature. Mark Twain says, literature is depending on age, milieu and movement. In which movement we are living, in which age we are living, what kind of the culture we are adopting in that particular movement, that is the outcome of the literature. Literature comes out of the present scenario. So therefore we differentiate the literature from century-wise. 16th century literature is different, 17th century literature is different, 18th century literature is different. Now we are in the 21st century. 21st century issues are involved in our 21st century literature. So literature and culture are same, and Dr. Rachel Joseph expressed that there are so many types of the cultures. There is an admixture of the culture, multicultural, diverse culture, classical culture, isn't it? Popular culture, so subaltern culture. There are so many types of the culture. Culture is connected to the individual style also. If an individual person has his own culture, so that literature is outcome of that culture. So like that, culture and literature, they are not different, they are hand in hand together. So culture is influencing the literature. So whatever culture we are belonging to, so that writer, if he writes, that comes automatically. She has also spoken about T.S. Eliot's tradition and individual talent, and Matthew Arnold's criticism on literature. So tradition and individual talent itself is very simple, that our tradition is evolving through our individual talent in the literature. Our individual talent comes only through the tradition in which we are belonging. So like that, tradition and individual talent and so many types of cultures are there. And only the thing is, so many branches are there, science, commerce, mathematics, everything that outcomes of the outcome of our culture only, isn't it? Human being in olden days, in human evolution, you might have studied, so thousands and thousands of years, human being was not speaking at all. He was showing just gestures, he was like an animal. Gradually, he cultivated how to speak the language. Language is one of the best invention of human being. When human being has invented language for communication, language is a communication tool. When he had invented language, then only everything has come in the society. So language is the base for everything, and through language only we write the literature. And literature is our mirror, our society is expressed in the literature. So it's a simple, and I must thank Rachel Joseph because she has explained about culture and its impact on literature very well. She has simplified the subject and students can get its benefit also, and everything was well noted and well expressed. Her paper was brilliant according to me. So it is a benefit to the students, and thank you one and all, because time is running very fast. And thank you very much.